All right. Hello, how's everyone doing tonight? Welcome back to another live stream, I guess. Welcome back, guys. Jaghatai Khan lore. Here we go. Yeah, Amber King. A lot of you guys have been recommending Amber King to me. I gotta say, it's been a very, very popular pick from a lot of you guys. So many people recommending Amber King to me. Jesus. Wow. Good to see y'all here tonight. How's everyone doing here tonight? It's good to see y'all. Thanks for tuning in, guys. It's awesome to see you. Yeah, what do I know about Jaghatai Khan? Obviously, Primarch of what is it, the White Scars, I'm pretty sure, right? I don't know a whole lot about him other than they're like kind of Mongolian based a little bit, aren't they? Got a lot of Mongolian inspiration with them. Fast movers, right? Use a lot of vehicles, I'm pretty sure, in their assaults and whatnot. Very interesting chapter, I must say. I do have pen and paper here, so I will be writing stuff down as we go. Obviously, this is a lore video, so, you know, great video, doing good. Awesome, thank you. I appreciate that. It's good to see you guys here. Awesome to see you. But yeah, without any further delay, this is a long one, 2.5 hours, so we're gonna get right into this, all right? As always, pen and paper. I will be writing stuff down as we go along. You should try to read the book, Soul Wars. It's an AOS book. Okay, I'll have to look that up here. Let me write that down. AOS. Awesome, thank you for that recommendation. I appreciate that. But yeah, without any further delay, let's get right into this, eh? Jaghatai Khan. Amber King. Just make sure captions are on there.
So I fight for a father I never
quality.
loved, against a brother that I did. I defend an empire that never wanted me, against an army that would have taken me in a heartbeat.
Oh, it's like, I want to listen to that again. That was actually kind of deep, wasn't it?
So I fight for a father I never loved.
Fight for a father I never loved.
Against a brother that I did. I defend an empire that never wanted me, against an army that would have taken me in a heartbeat.
Wow. I caught that the first time a little bit. I was like, I should be paying attention to that, like, right away. That's kind of a deep quote already. An empire that never wanted him. Father that never loved him. That's interesting. God damn. Wow. And I have to say the voice acting right away. If that's his voice and that's what we're getting the entire time throughout this, fucking amazing. Knew you would react to the first yeah, thanks. I listened to it the first time and I was like, fuck, like, that's actually got some deepness behind it. I gotta re-listen to that. No, that was a good one. Wow.
Looking to support the Amber King channel? Fenris Workshop are offering a fantastic deal on their wargaming products with green stuff.
Gotta get the plugs in. I understand.
Materials, resin objects.
Speaking of plugs, before he plugs himself, let me plug myself. Go join our Discord if you haven't, guys. Come join the Discord. Good to see you guys there. Love interacting with you guys there. Come join the Discord. That's my plug. Now on with his.
And hobby tools. You can create the perfect scenery for your miniatures. From the snow-capped mountains of Fenris to the grassy plains of Chogoris, mesmerizing Xenos worlds, all the way to
he's
the
actually got some stuff.
ruins at the Siege of Terra. And
Fenris
for those
Workshop.
looking to save money, get amazing discounts on the range of second-hand miniatures
Oh my God.
Fenris Workshop has available.
Might have to
Build
check
that
this
force
out,
you
actually.
always dreamed about without breaking the bank.
Oh.
Fenris Workshop's Order of the Stormcallers loyalty program offers a
Khan is incredibly based,
range
yeah.
of rewards,
A lot of you guys have been
cashback,
saying he is.
loot bags of different sizes,
Holy
exclusive
shit.
merch, and special products, all for buying the equipment you need. Paints, basing materials,
I might have to
miniatures,
actually
and so
pause right away during the set. I might actually have to look up this website right away for like what I'm looking for sometime, you know what I mean?
much more.
Sounds great.
All available at fenrisworkshop.com. Thank you so much, Fenris Workshop, for sponsoring this video.
Kind of sad as he is the only very close connections with other Primarchs, but they won't last, yeah. Chogoris? Is that the name of this first chapter, I guess? Chapter, yeah, okay.
Warriors of Chogoris.
Ooh.
Brothers of the great tribe. The Star Hunt calls you. Do you not hear it? The battle's red edge is your home. The respect of your kinsmen, your hurt. Plunge into the enemy's breast like a blade, cut out his heart.
Damn.
And you will know fulfillment. The Emperor has given us strength. In return, we give him victory.
The overlooked barbarian, the warhawk, the great Kagan, the untrusted but yet respected Primarch of the 5th Legion, the White Scars, Jaghatai Khan, a figure of mystery, whose legacy as the reclusive conqueror has echoed for over 10,000 years.
I want to say right away, his voice for Jaghatai Khan, if this is again what we're expecting the entire time, his voice, he's got such a booming voice, such an authoritative voice for this. I don't know, I obviously haven't seen any of his other works. This is the first time I've checked out the Ember King at all, and you guys have recommended basically all of his videos at this point, but Jaghatai Khan was up there, and holy shit, if this is what we're getting throughout this, man, his voice sounds amazing. I could listen to this guy talk like all day, to be honest.
Overlooked by his brothers, by his Imperium, and those who fell into the trap of failing to look below the surface. The choices and decisions of this so-called barbarian Primarch shaped humanity forever. But who is the man behind the Warhawk? Who is underneath the mystery of the great Kagan? Who is the man, Jaghatai, and what shaped him? His story begins at the end of the 30th millennium. A gestation capsule was hurtling through the warp. Claws and teeth scratched upon its reinforced surface as creatures of nightmare and madness tried to get to the prize within. Re-emerging back into real space, the battered capsule was interfered with. Divine hands took it within its clutches as it hurtled towards the grey, desolate world of Chemos. The capsule was redirected. Its fate changed forever as this mysterious entity swapped it with another, directing the burning treasure towards a new destination.
So if I'm listening to that correctly, some mysterious, at this point, mysterious benefactor basically changed the trajectory of his fucking, of his asteroid, I guess, in a sense. Like he was bound for some desolate fucking shithole world, and somebody basically came in there and switched that around. Is that what I'm hearing? Holy shit. So he basically got really lucky at the end of the day. That's what happened. Mr. Elder God, Laughing God did a switcheroo with Khan with someone else. Damn. Holy shit.
The capsule began to enter a planet's atmosphere, hurtling down with all the grace and violence of a falling star.
Damn.
Roaring and crashing into the earth.
Fulgrim went to the planet he was originally destined to? Holy shit.
A child crawled out from...
So wait, so they actually just fucked Fulgrim over, like, completely there? That's what happened? Jaghatai played a very important role in the Siege of Terra at the final moments? Oh. So Fulgrim actually got, like, completely... Yeah, wow. Damn, dude. Fulgrim got really fucked over there, didn't he?
Roaring and crashing into the earth. Amidst the smoke and fire, a child crawled out from the wreckage. Opening his eyes for the first time, he looked up to the azure skies. No fear or terror gripped him, only confusion. This child was special. He began to adapt, rationalize, and comprehend his surroundings at a speed and depth that was beyond an ordinary human. Alone, with no sense of who or what he was, the child began to wander his new temperate home. Deep within the Yasan sector of the galaxy, on a world dominated by lush greenery, soaring mountains, and azure seas, and great plains, this unique child wandered the planet of Mundus Planus, Chogoris, a world with a singular, vast continent. Chogoris was a world home to a human civilization that had suffered the devastating consequences of Old Night. the collapse of the galaxy-spanning civilization of mankind. For thousands of years, war storms had ravaged the sector, isolating Jagoris from the wealth and resources of its neighboring worlds. Knowledge, power, and wealth bled until humanity had regressed. The sword, bow.
So very interesting. So this world is, in all theory, like all concept, a world that you would definitely want to get sent to. You know what I'm saying? Out of the other ones we've seen, okay, maybe, you know, maybe it's got its quirks, and I'm sure it's not all good, and maybe it's regressed, you know, past its prime for sure. But you know, at least it's like green. And it's got plains. It's not just like a desert shithole with like nothing there, for example. Like, you know what I mean? Because that would really suck, you know? Would it not? Mongolia, yeah. I mean, listen, I'll take Mongolia. I'll take like, you know, what would it called? Like Mega Mongolia? Yeah, I'll take that over like some other like wasteland, like literally that you get sent to. I'd take it. Mongolia 2 Electric Boogaloo, dude, sounds great. Sounds great. Ride some horses, you know? Fucking, I don't know if there's horses there. Ride some bikes? I'd ride bikes. Gotta ride bikes.
Bled until humanity had regressed.
It's basically Mongolians nowadays, for Christ's sake, isn't it?
And rudimentary black powder weapons ruled this feudal world.
Wow.
It would be to the far
So
west,
it is very regressed.
deep inside the vast steppe lands known as the Empty Quarter,
black
that
powder.
the child began to roam. At the banks of the Kyorn River, the young boy caught his first glimpses of humanity. He saw a tribalistic people, his
Indeed, horses.
mind registering their weapons, their horses, all the information he could gather, but yet distinctly lacking an understanding of the people he was looking at. Ong Khan, the leader of his Talskar tribe,
literally just Mongols,
a seemingly helpless boy, and he knew immediately there was something different about him. His very presence inspired awe, but most distinctly was the fire in his eyes. Ong Khan declared that this child was a gift from the gods, and he took in this young boy, giving him shelter, food, a family.
See, I could totally like see that, because obviously the Primarchs too, even Jaghatai, I'm sure at this age, this young age, he's probably still pretty fucking large for his age, is he not? Like he's a fucking, you know, he's a Primarch. He's still jacked up no matter what, right? Like you describe a boy with a fire in his eyes, but at the end of the day, he's probably still like a fucking physical specimen. You know what I'm saying? Like he's probably, you know. I love the idea that the Chaos Gods did steal the Primarchs and had them set to split in half. Laughing Gods flipping fate, yeah. So the Laughing God, is that literally just like some trickster, like Shiragorath from Skyrim, motherfucker? You know, he just messes around. Is that what he is? Get big quick. He basically fought all the other Khans and clans. Great Khan. They just grow very quickly. I see.
Khan declared that this child was a gift from the gods, and he took in this young boy, giving him shelter, food, a family, and a name, Jaghatai. The Talskar shared everything with Jaghatai. He was taught everything of their ways, their lifestyles, and the morality of tribal life. Honor.
That would make sense.
Honor to the tribe. Honor to the land.
I kind of forgot they existed, not gonna lie.
To the Storm Seers, the Zadrin Arga, the shamans who guided and preserved the traditions of the tribe, as well as being an invaluable advisor in the matters of the gods and the powers bestowed upon them, and the lessons of control, lest the Yaksha, the demons, punish your pride and arrogance.
The upper levels of aristocracy. Hold on a sec. The upper levels of aristocracy on Chorgris, if I'm pronouncing the name there right, worship Slanesh. Is that correct? Is there actually chaos prevalent on this world? Is that what that is? Damn. Elder God of Art and Comedy has plans and plans. Yeah, that guy's he's fucked, right? Like he's one of the fuckers of like 40k, right? That god. He just does shit like on a whim kind of thing. If everyone likes the idea of just start saying it's Warhammer lore. If enough people say it enough times, it'll become true. Honestly, that's not facts.
And
that's lore accurate too. We've seen that.
Lest the Yaksha, the demons,
they're talking about it now.
Pride and arrogance. The young Jaghatai began to grow quickly. Even his intellect and strength was progressing so fast, he would best even the adults in combat and match and even outwit the wisdom of the Storm Seers. Jaghatai learned everything his people could give him, but most importantly was their spirit. On horseback, roaming the vast plains, the azure skies above, the sun
That's a sick
on his
picture.
face, feeling the adrenaline flowing as the wind hit his face, hunting, fighting off rival tribes, drinking the fermented milks and wine of his people. It was freedom, uncaged. That sensation of staring at a sunset, feeling in tune with the world. What would you give for that feeling? Jaghatai was special. His strength, his intellect, his ability to understand and adapt was frightening. Even being...
So this guy was just like a master tactician. So he is just resembling like a Genghis Khan, right? Like that's him, right? It's Mega Genghis, right? That's who it is. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you here. He also manipulated the Catan into eating each other, but that Eldar lore, which is basically myth and legends. Oh. They fucking ate each other, damn. How do you manipulate somebody into like cannibalizing? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how does that work? Like, you gotta be really desperate, right? Sheogorath, the Elder God, was the one to trick the Catan into fighting, allowing the Necrons openings to start fight back. Imagine a giant Mongolian Quicksilver that is Jaghatai.
His ability to understand
or like Kegtai Khan's son.
Even being in his presence for the first time was overwhelming. But behind this prominent
eat your brother, you'll get stronger. Pretty much.
Who pondered. Rival step tribes began to fear him because of this seemingly superhuman warrior who began to preach and talk what was beyond the constant warfare that dominated life on the steppes. The young Talskar warrior sent from the gods was a figure of awe.
Arbiter Ian, yeah, I got so many recommendations, man. I apologize for that.
Fast-paced, freedom-filled existence.
I see you, though. I see you.
And it would soon change forever. His father, Ong Khan, was dead, killed by the Talskar's rivals, the hated Triarii tribe.
So his mentor got killed there, obviously. So it seems to be a very common theme that the Primarchs gain mentorship from somebody in some way. And that mentor just seems to be brutally killed. And then obviously the Emperor, who is, you know, they're basically told like that's their father from a certain point on, just doesn't give a shit about them. And they don't have a mentor at all. It's kind of interesting to like basically see that play out, because like every child, you know, is going to take mentorship after somebody in a sense. And like the Emperor is not a guiding hand at all for these Primarchs. They, you know, they were kind of like, he adopted daddy. He never got the chance to actually, you know, raise them up how he wanted them to be. They got no training on any of this shit. They were just given their legions and told to go ham, essentially. It's, you know, again, I don't blame the Primarchs for what happened, you know. I kind of blame the Emperor a lot more, because he really should have seen this shit coming, you know.
His father, Ong Khan, was dead, killed by the Talskar's rivals, the hated Triarii tribe. A rage so apocalyptic in its release gripped Jaghatai. He screamed for vengeance. The young man, barely a few years old, but at the same height of his elders, gathered his people. As the greatest Talskar warrior, he'd led them to war, attacking the Triarii tribe and razing it to the ground, killing every man, woman, and child in a cacophony of swift, brutal vengeance, taking the Triarii Khan's head and mounting it upon his tent. As the Talskars swore fealty to their new leader, Jaghatai Khan. This brutality of tribal life was the other side to all that he loved about it. The vengeance was complete.
So what seems to be common too, at least not in everyone's case, but in Jaghatai's case, obviously, we're seeing them gain large-scale combat experience, let's say. In Angron's case, he sacked the city of, basically the slave owner city. What are they called? The Masters, not the Masters, fucking, what, the Highborns? I forget what they were called. But he basically, like, sacked the one city that the slave owners owned, and then they fled into the mountains. So that was kind of a larger scale engagement. Jaghatai is kind of ruling his people. He's actually strategically leading. He's not just leading like a horde of gladiators. Like, this is actually like a large scale, like, strategic endeavor that he's taking part in. He's not like just some shithead, is like what you'll notice is the key difference here, you know? And that's not to call Angron a shithead, but Angron at that point, man, he's got the nails in his head. Everyone, pretty much, all of his gladiators got nails in their head. They're not cohesive already at that point the second they start fighting. They're just extremely... The High Riders, thank you, High Riders. I appreciate that, yes, High Riders. Knew it was high something, I forgot what it was.
To all that he loved about it. The vengeance was complete. Tribal
we'll ride bikes as horses. Bikes work. Bikes are cool too.
The quiet, pondering boy was not happy. It was a waste. This pointless inner tribal conflicts.
Oh.
The spirit of Chogoris was within him. He loved to fight. He loved the rush of the wind. They all did. The people of the steppe. They were brothers. All of them. Perhaps it was a philosophy created in his superhuman mind. Or perhaps it was in the blood. Jaghatai Khan and his Talskars rode out, clashing with the other warring tribes. A combination of the brilliant strategies and exceptional prowess of Jaghatai broke their enemies. One by one, they were all defeated. The tribes of Helun, the Kilhan, Hauljar, Sezjak, and the High Zur, all at the feet of this new Khan.
So instead of, like, you know, I feel like already I'm kind of starting to see where this is going to go. The Emperor isn't going to fucking show up and whisk the Khan away from his homeworld. He's going to show up and be like, holy shit, you conquered your homeworld already. Good job. Here's the Astartes I brought you. Like, that's what's going to happen, right? Like, he's going to show up, the work's going to be done. It's going to be like, okay, yeah, you did good. Good job. Keep doing that. Like, what the fuck? That's what's going to happen. I can already kind of see that here, right? Like, 100%. Didn't someone mention that last stream or something that Genghis Khan is in 40k actually? Or is that just like fan canon? That's a good question. I don't know. Did somebody mention that? I feel like I have heard that before now that you mention that. Also, good to see you here, Anthony. Are you winning, son? I think so. I think he's winning, yeah. Like, literally, he's devastating, actually.
And the High Zur, all at the
world's gonna be conquered.
New Khan did not find death, but they were welcomed like brothers, absorbed into Jaghatai's family, welcomed as Talskars. A fate unheard of in the millennia of brutal tribal warfare. The Malthuli, the irresistible force, bowed to their Khan. Each splinter unit led by men who were promoted based on meritocracy, ending the old feudal ways of inheritance. Tribes that had warred, killed, and stolen from each other for centuries found themselves fighting side by side, riding in the saddle as one force, one army, one people.
So he's conquering not just because he enjoyed conquering, but also because he can see the greater purpose in temporary conquest, especially at the tribal level, I think. Obviously, at this point, all he knows is a tribal lifestyle. They're not aware, I'm sure, you know, of anything else beyond their world. It's been that long, I'm sure. So, yeah, I mean, he's already has that strategic mindset of, like, getting their shit together, you know? Conquer in the short term, and then in the long term, you're going to benefit, right? Just doing his thing, clapping cheeks and shit, pretty much.
One force,
he saw slaughter as a waste. Yeah, exactly.
Army, one people. They bled
Common
together,
sense and reason is greatest power. Exactly.
And followed the vision of Jaghatai.
Although saying that, big difference between him and like the cons in real life. You know? They did just like slaughter on occasion, just for the shits. You know what I'm saying? So big difference there, but I can absolutely see like the difference as well. You know, the similarities, but also the very big differences.
Force, one army.
Genghis Khan became the first demon prince of Khorne. Holy shit.
Together,
that makes sense though.
Together, and followed the vision of Jaghatai Khan together. An unstoppable brotherhood of warriors. Imagine standing before the Khan, how earth-shattering his presence felt, how your admiration and respect flowed from the acknowledgement of his prowess and his greatness. The man who had bound your people together, each clan, fingers in a curled fist that smashed your enemies apart. It would be this great growing horde that would draw the attention of more dangerous foes. To the east,
hey, good to see you, Tanner.
Outside the empty quarter lie great kingdoms and...
Going alright. I'm doing alright. How you doing? First demon prince of Khorne, I should have meant. So Genghis Khan is actually, like, in lore, he's actually a fucking demon prince, right? That's correct. He's like that's a real thing. Like if I look that up right now, like it'll come back true. Looting this same guy who say lore don't exist. What? He seems based on a more romanticized version of the Mongols. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. It's a lot like, you know, because the Mongols in real life are brutal. Again, if what you're saying is true. No? Fan? Okay. I got a lot of yeses, got a lot of no's. Got a lot of yeses, got a lot of no's. Damn. He is a hack. Holy shit.
To the east, outside the empty quarter lie great kingdoms and empires, feudal civilizations with black powdered weapons and high walls. Greatest of all was the Palatine, an emperor to a corrupt empire, whose packs of greedy, self-absorbed nobles would often roam the edges of the steppe lands, hunting and attacking the tribal people for sport. 10 summers after his arrival on Chogoris, as his tribe moved to their winter settlements, a vast avalanche caught Jaghatai off guard, and he and his personal guard were swallowed up by the rushing snow. Alone, Jaghatai survived, his loyal brothers all dead, and just as how he had arrived on Chogoris, he was again alone. It was in his journey to return to his people that Jaghatai was attacked by a Palatine aristocratic hunting band. The
Uruk-hai best alien faction in 40k.
The tribal savage.
That is a crazy thing to say.
It would be their last mistake, as Jaghatai tore them limb from limb, fighting with blinding speed and aggression. One lone survivor returned, bearing a note from Jaghatai, declaring that the people of the steppes were no longer the Palatine's toys, alongside the severed head of a man who was the Palatine's very own son. The enraged Emperor of the East assembled an enormous force. Men clad in heavy steel, with guns marched to Jaghatai's home.
Guns, I see. So, I know they said there was black powder weapons on this world, but do they actually have like some modern, I say like modern in quotation marks, weapons on this world too? Or is it purely like a black powder, like Renaissance, like at the latest kind of world? You know what I'm saying? I'm assuming like late Renaissance, if I had to guess, just by the sounds of it here. Like in terms of tech level kind of thing. Liking the Uruk-hai is questionable, saying they're the best is concerning.
In heavy steel, with guns marched to Jaghatai's home, but found not a pathetic gathering of tribes in simple girths, but a well-disciplined, motivated horde. The Mathuli strode out, and utilizing the speed of an entire mounted force, They tore the armored warriors apart, showering arrows as if the very heavens rained death. The force was utterly annihilated. The men of the East had tried to destroy them, their homes, their culture, their way of life, but Jaghatai wouldn't let that happen. In the wake of this glorious victory, the superhuman young man became the Kagan, the Khan
muskets,
of
black powder, very
the
simple.
Empty Quarter, the rightful ruler of all of its.
If you want my hot take on the Tau right here, right now, listen, I can understand why people think they're gross, absolutely. But as some of you are saying, their mechs are sick. Listen, they're small scale kind of battle mechs that they have. Those are fucking sick. I vibe with those really hard. I'm not gonna lie. I do like those. I can see the appeal 100%. That's my opinion on the Tau. You know, I don't know if I'd go out of my way to collect them. You know, at least not like right away by any means. But like, I can definitely see the appeal. You know.
Son of Khans of the Empty Quarter, the rightful ruler of all of its
unsubscribed
people.
And reported for terrorism.
Just Jaghatai Yasuge, Quinn Shah,
yikes.
Hun,
oh no.
Hasek, friends and brothers who had been by his side, followed their Kagan out
take
of
that
the
L, I
Empty
guess.
Quarter, the dust gathering at their feet as they set out to conquer the world. Kingdoms and empires over decades began to fall. Cities would look out to find this disciplined horde outside their gates. They were offered one chance to surrender or be destroyed. The example of that refusal was a warning others dared not to repeat. Each king and emperor he slew, Jaghatai became more and more disgusted with them, how fat, lazy, and corrupted they had become.
Interesting.
The obscene displays of wealth, the utter weakness of it all. Great cities, towering structures, temples, and very kingdoms fell. And after decades of war, Jaghatai finished it, mounting the Palatine's emperor's head over his tent. His conquest was complete, but peace never lasts. Far upon the horizon, in Chogoris' azure skies, a golden-eagled stormbird descended from the sky. Jaghatai's life was about to change forever.
So is that the fucking emperor coming to take him away, essentially?
His conquest was complete, but
after he
peace
completes his
never
conquest.
lasts.
Yeah.
Far upon the horizon, in Chogoris' azure skies, a golden-eagled stormbird descended from the sky. Jaghatai's life was about to change forever.
Kind of crazy. So he just like, he conquered his world and then the emperor just comes and whisks him away. So does he not even get to like, you know, like reap any of that benefit, you know, make that his homeworld, you know? How bad? What's next? He's going to say the Skaven aren't the best fantasy faction. I like the Skaven. I think the Skaven are funny. I fuck with them. I think they're funny. I don't think they're bad, you know? I mean, they're obviously like bad in lore. They're not fucking like a good race, but like they are, I fuck with them. They're funny. They also have a lot of like fucking like guns and shit, like rattling guns and shit. Those are fucking cool. A lot of like machinery and whatnot. Aren't they like fucking like warpstone, like crack addicts? Didn't I like, didn't one of you guys say that? Here comes the Slaanesh aspect coming soon. Everyone hate on the Tau, but you would immediately kill yourself if you landed on a random Imperium world. That's true. See, at least like if you're in a Tau world, like they'll just brainwash you into not killing yourself, right? Like that's the idea, right? Like you know, and then you won't do it. So like it's much simpler, right? At least you like know going into it. Like when a person gets sat down and you're told like, hey, you're gonna become a servitor, and you're gonna be awake through the entire process. You know, I feel like I would rather just like not know that and just be like okay with it mentally going into it. You know what I'm saying? If they're gonna do that to me, at least just make me believe that at least it's for something. At least you're not just gonna sit me down and be like, yo, yeah, it's over for you, buddy.
When explanations are hard to produce, lie after lie comes shining through. Truth gets locked away for reasons only known to yourself. Truth may hurt, but the lie hurts more. One lie to cover another. What was the first lie? Can you remember? So much hurt and too many lies. What's the truth? Will I ever know? Can I ever separate the two?
The Khan remains static, like one of those age-darkened...
Hold on, yeah. The greed, the lust the Khan saw with kings and emperors, he hated it. Yeah. So you can definitely see like the Khan is one of the few good ones, for sure. His upbringing, although it was hard, I'm sure, definitely was not much compared to what some of the other ones went through. And he was kind of granted an army, not granted, but he earned, I guess, let's say, inspired an army, I guess is the better word, at a young age. And from there, again, strategic victory after strategic victory, man, he really fucking, you know, he did a lot in his young age, but he also saw a lot. And he also had a lot of people around him that didn't fucking absolutely despise him. You know, he had a lot of people that were inspired by him.
What's the truth? Will I ever know? Can I ever separate the two?
The Khan remains static, like one of those age-darkened statues that stalked the shadows of that place. He saw rows of them against the far wall, each cowled and bearing a staff, mirror images of the living fossil that addressed him now.
I have conquest in my blood,
the Primarch said.
I have always hungered for it. Only now I know that you planted the desire there. You made me as an instrument of your own designs.
We are all instruments.
Except for him.
Oh no.
The fucking Sigillite came to pick him up? So wait a second. The Emperor himself can't even be bothered to pick this guy up, but he's gonna pick Angron up. For like 2 seconds. But the Sigillite is gonna go pick up the Khan. Is that correct? That's not to like take away from his importance or nothing like that, but like, but Malkador? Like they're sending Malkador on this task? Not even the Emperor, you know? You think the Emperor would want to be more involved with like, you know, this on a personal level at a minimum, right? Like, he did admire and love the Emperor like some other Primarchs. Motherfucker was far away. I guess, but like, goddamn, dude.
Except for him.
Oh no, very much him.
The Sigillite
this is on Terra. Oh, okay.
Together.
Listen, I understand the problem. You are monarchs of your worlds, and now we ask you to fight for this one. You were never given the tutelage we had planned, and so the wrench is sudden. If we could postpone the crusade for 100 years in order to prepare you adequately, we would do so, but we cannot. For we race against the closing door of fate. All must be gathered in. But remember this, you are a son of Terra. You were made here.
I was made on Chogoris.
The Sigillite smiled.
I should put that keening self-pity behind you if you wish to earn the allegiance of your new army.
The Khan turned on him, unclasping his arms as if he wished to draw his blade.
It is all a lie,
he said fervently.
Every part of it. Will be burning their temples and executing their priests in return for 1,000,000 worlds. All as ignorant as beasts. Is that what you wanted?
It is necessary.
We could tell them the truth.
Do not be foolish.
The Khan's lips curled in disgust.
So much contempt for your own species.
Yes, contempt,
snapped the Sigillite.
If you had seen what I have seen, watched what a human may become when left alone in the dark, you would share it.
He collected himself.
You were...
So I can, yeah, you guys said tension was coming up. I can definitely see the tension in all this for sure. It looks like the Khan honestly seems like fucking a very honest guy. He doesn't really want part in this conquest. See, even the loyalist factions, the loyalist legions, they still fucking, you know, they didn't really have a lot of them they didn't have like an unfounding love for the emperor, you know. They feel like this was a position that was thrust on them, you know. Their entire life was supposed to be something else and their lives got taken from them, you know. And then each one is kind of dealing with it individually in their own way. This is on Terra, but saw full of the Emperor's bullshit, and the Emperor noticed. Maybe not the best. Yeah. The Storm Seers in his culture give the Khan an awareness of what the warp is. Interesting. So he has knowledge of the warp itself. That's interesting. So he actually kind of fucking he's kind of onto that. So he's questioning Malkador about this. Is that what this is? Interesting.
Seen what I have seen, watched what a human may become when left alone in the dark. You would share it.
He collected himself.
You were lucky, Jaghatai. Your world was no Caliban. We tell you of old night and you barely believe us, but that is not how most places were. The lie is noble. It is there to protect, to guard, not to deceive, for they are not ready.
The Khan turned away, stalking further into the shadows. There were other tombs there, smooth with age.
So that was a good point Malkador just made right there. You know, like he literally just made reference to the fact that your world that you were born on was a lot fucking better than a lot of other people's, you know? I think that's an interesting point. And with that, he just kind of walked away because he doesn't really have a retort to that. They're arguing about the imperial truth here. That makes sense. Temples to the chaos gods. Oh.
Into the shadows. There were other tombs there, smooth with age. The names on the surface is impossible to read.
I have heard this before,
the Primarch said.
There were empires on my homeworld that offered freedom to their slave castes, but only when they were ready. That moment, strangely enough,
secret that should never have been shared.
In the
end,
they had to take it for themselves, to die for it. Even then, there were some who said the day had come too soon.
He looked back at the sigillite.
The truth will come out. You won't be able to hold the blindfold in place, and once it slips, the fury of those you deceived will be limitless.
Malkador nodded.
Which is why we rely on you, on your exceptional power, on your tactical genius. It is not enough to conquer the galaxy. You must conquer it swiftly. Bring all under the rule of the throne before the patterns of fate change and we lose this one chance. I tell you no falsehood when I say that this is everything. All depends on this. We have mere decades remaining. Just the blink of an eye set against eons to accomplish it.
The Khan smiled cynically.
And when all is finished, then we will revisit the lie.
When all is finished.
The Primarch laughed, but there was no mirth in it. He tapped an armored finger idly on the lip of one of the tombs.
I wonder some days why you gave us minds at all. Machines would have given you less grief.
Less grief, surely. Less joy, too.
Malkador sighed and wrapped his cloak tighter around his whip-thin body.
Interesting.
You have found it hard.
So, yeah, like, it's an interesting point. Like, machines would have given you less grief, but less joy, too. Like, I feel like Jaghatai is definitely one of the better Primarchs out there, you know? He doesn't seem like he's bloodthirsty. He seems reasonable, you know? He seems, like, well-mannered, you know? He's not, like, disrespectful or arrogant. And that's kind of what you want out of them, especially as a conquering force, too. He's willing to give mercy, which is kind of, you know, another thing, which is sometimes very uncommon, you know? We don't really see it a lot with some of the other Primarchs, for sure. So, yeah, it's just interesting, like, it's just seeing the difference between, like, him and, like, Angron, for example, just their upbringings, just their perspectives on things. Because it's not like the Khan doesn't fucking care. Like, it's not like he he knows about it, but it's not like he doesn't like give a shit about what happens. He just wants, in a sense, what's best for people is the vibe I'm getting here. He wants to revisit the lie, yeah.
You gave us minds
exactly.
at all. Machines would have given you less grief.
Less grief, surely. Less joy, too.
Malcador sighed and wrapped his cloak tighter around his whip-thin body.
You have found it hard to understand your father. You wish him to be more intelligible. I understand that. But do not be seduced by the scale of his power.
Intelligible is a word to use.
More than any of us, and he does not use it for himself. A man may pursue a single goal and become the master of that endeavor, only to find himself weakened in all other pursuits. The Emperor battles daily with forces beyond understanding, yet you expect him to retain a mortal sympathy.
The Sigillite shook his head.
He walks the paths of eternity. Be thankful he is able to converse with you at all.
A rebel, but not a traitor. He's reliable, not a yes man. Exactly. Like, again, he's reasonable, and I think you need, like, some pushback for sure, you know? Like, the problem with the Emperor is he never has had any pushback because he's annihilated any pushback that he has received, right? Or has just got them to join them through fear, you know, typically. Like we see the Crusade, we see in the Crusade. A lot of it is just, like, fear tactics, man. It's fucking wild.
The tomb.
And what is gained? If we lose, what are we? What victory is that?
The only one possible,
said Malcador.
I cannot believe it.
Then stay. Speak to him again. Listen to what he has to say.
The Khan's eyes never left the tomb. His gaze, sharp as the raptor that had given him his moniker, seemed liable to bore into the granite. A tense silence fell across the chamber, broken only by the dull hum that always came up from the distant foundations, the one that made the earth tremble and the atmosphere feel thicker than soup.
I suffocate in this place,
he said at last.
More words won't change that.
He looked up.
Night Lords did nothing wrong.
We have our destination.
Crazy.
The world he chose for us. Their enemies I will gladly slay for you. Perhaps when the hunt is underway and I have prey under my blades, I will see the truth of what you say.
There is no truth out there that cannot be perceived from here,
warned Malcador.
Then I will have to come back,
said the Khan, already restive, already moving.
Someday, when the moment is right. Not before.
Very interesting, yeah. He wants to revisit the imperial truth, you know? So he does want people to be aware of what's going on. That's very interesting. The Emperor is very arrogant. It's one of his biggest flaws. Yeah. That's exactly what I think too. The fact that the Emperor never gets any pushback becomes a plot point in the end and the death too. Interesting. Like, I think that is a very good, like, plot point though, because he doesn't get pushback. And when he does, it gets wiped out, like we saw in The Last Church, right? He just, like, any pushback, man, is just wiped out, and you need some to keep you reasonable. He goes fucking mad with it, you know?
A golden eagled storm bird descended from the sky, and as a procession of large, golden armored warriors made their way into Jaghatai's camp, he saw that these strangers possessed technology far beyond anything on Chogoris. From his first moments of sentience, Jaghatai knew that he was different, that he was more than the people around him. His intellect, his strength, and in recent years, his towering figure. Finally, the answers to that very question came as he looked.
So he was massive. He was just a giant at this time, ruling his people. You know, after conquering, he was in victory. And then what? They said a bunch of golden warriors, so a bunch of fucking custodies, a procession of custodies show up. Dude, that would be so fucking intimidating to these, like, tribes people, like on horseback with bows, you know, maybe black musket rifles at the most. Fuck, what a sight. Like, it would literally be like witchcraft to you, you know? That's what you would perceive it as.
His strength, and in recent years, his towering figure. Finally, the answers to that very question came as he looked upon his father, the Emperor of mankind. flanked by an equally large figure, Horus.
So the Emperor did bother himself with this,
the Emperor
and Horus was there.
To glaring into the heart of a fire, warm and blinding, but with an added sense of welling majesty and wonder. Such perfection, such soul-wrenching glory, it would move you to tears.
Khan was the 6th tallest Primarch, damn.
Distilled. Even to Jaghatai, the superhuman Primarch senses could feel that power. His father had found him. He was a Primarch, one of 20 sons of the Emperor of Mankind, the head of a galaxy-spanning empire that sought to reunite the lost colonies of mankind across the stars. He was at the head of the Great Crusade, the reconquest of the galaxy, reuniting with his lost sons. And he wanted Jaghatai to join the Great Crusade at the head of an army made from his own genetic material, and to conquer the stars. It was almost overwhelming.
Yeah,
but
no shit.
Jaghatai did not follow in the footsteps that millions had done before him. He did not throw himself at the feet of this new overlord, just how he had done throughout his youth. That brilliant mind began to ponder. His father before him, arrayed with technology that surpassed anything that he had dreamt of. That very technology could transform his world. Also the chance of a conquest in the stars. An almost dream offer to a Jagorian. But yet he was an emperor. Jaghatai had seen many kings and emperors, all tyrants who eventually became corrupt and...
Interesting. So he's already saying, like, listen, an emperor, I just fucking deposed like 12 emperors on my fucking world, you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of in the business of deposing emperors around here, you know? I'm not really about that life, you know? And he straight up was just like, wow, you know, thinking about that on their first meeting, that's very interesting. So he didn't really give a fuck, you know? Do not worship me, yeah. Bro, I ride horses. Yeah, literally, dude. Like, it's so wild.
Emperors, all tyrants who eventually became corrupt and complacent. And perhaps worst of all, was there really a choice? What would happen if Jagoris was left in hands that only cared for its compliance? Jaghatai knelt before the Emperor.
Khan isn't a big fan of the Emperors right now.
Fealty, the pragmatic choice.
Well, he just deposed all of them.
Evil. The work began immediately. A call was sent out across the stars for the 5th Legion to reunite its splinter forces. Their Primarch had been found. The Adeptus Astartes, superhuman warriors created with the meshing of gene seed grown from Jaghatai's own genetic material. Faster, stronger, larger, and more resilient than any mortal man. As a legion gathered in the skies above Chagoris, the transformation began below.
Wow.
Jaghatai Yasuge, Quinn Shah, Gyu Hun, and Hasek, brothers to Jaghatai who had been by his side since the beginning, volunteered to undergo the transformation into Astartes.
Wow.
Many of the friends and Chagorian soldiers loyal to Jaghatai would not survive this process.
Damn.
The success rate for adults was low, and the pain was at the very threshold of human tolerance. But such was their devotion and loyalty to their Khan, that thousands...
So very interesting that a lot of the original members, he literally brought like the remnant Astartes forces to the planet. And he's just like, this is going to be our fucking base, and also these are my fucking homies. If they can take it, put it in them. If they want it, you know? And it's not like he forced it on them, he gave them a choice and they just wanted to do it. And if they died, it was an unfortunate side effect, I guess, let's say. Very interesting, you know? Like, this Jaghatai guy, he seems like a good guy, you know? I can see why a lot of you guys vibe with him.
Such was their devotion and loyalty to their Khan, that thousands endured it. As the 5th Legion, the Star Hunters gathered to Jagoris, and the
Don't worship me as a god, says the 14-foot tall golden warrior with a halo and flaming sword. Yeah.
Quinn Shah and Hasek headed to Terra, the capital of the growing Imperium of Man. The imperial tide of the Imperium must have been shocking to men who had at most seen stone walls around feudal cities. The smog, the towering structures, the immense overcrowding. This was what Jaghatai had to protect his people from. Face to face with the Emperor and his right hand Malcador, Jaghatai's discomfort grew into outrage.
Wow.
He was asked to be more than a conqueror. He was asked to be an arbiter of a philosophy that challenged the fundamentals of who he and his people were.
Interesting.
The imperial truth. It was a lie. To claim that the universe was an ordered, rational place, an atheistic society, that things beyond human understanding lived within the warp was a lie.
Yeah, okay, I can definitely see, like, the Mongolian influence, like, you know, a nomadic tribal people, shamanistic, I'm sure, how he would totally have a fucking problem with this, you know, because he's been raised to believe his entire life that that's not the case. Like, goddamn. Also, Big E, my friends and I refer to myself as Revelation, and Chaos Gods and Demons call me Anathema. He made the orcs not like fighting? Really? Beat water into submission? That's awesome.
We'll be burning their temples and executing their priests in return for 1,000,000 worlds, all as ignorant beasts. Is that what you wanted? Truth may hurt, but the lie hurts more. That very so-called lie was integral to who he and the people of Chagoris were. Their Zadrin Aga, the Stormseers, drew upon that very power of the warp, guided and molded their people by it. It was a power they accepted, put boundaries on, and warded themselves against. Jaghatai never lied to his people. Never like the emperors and kings on Chagoris had done.
See, he's honest with his people. He hates
kingdoms fell. The truth will come out. You won't be able to hold the blindfold in place, and once it slips, the fury of those you have deceived will be limitless. It was complicated to serve his father, to bow to an emperor, to conquer the stars and reunite humanity, but burn their churches in the name of a lie. It was the way that they had made him, questioning, pondering, honest. Suffering from the confinement, Jaghatai and his son set out for Chagoris. One day the lies would be revisited, but for now, conquest awaited.
The White Scars.
Not even a mighty warrior can break a frail arrow when it is multiplied and supported by its fellows. As long as
Genghis
you brothers
Khan.
support one another and render assistance to one another, your enemies can never gain the victory over you. But if you fall away from each other, your enemy can break you like frail arrows, one at a time.
If you can see us, we are dangerous indeed, but that is as nothing to the peril you face if you cannot see us, and all you can hear is our laughter. Chagoris. He may have been created on Terra, but Chagoris had made him. Like some of his brother Primarchs, Jaghatai had bargained with the Emperor to leave his homeworld in his hands, because he knew that it would be crushed under the tide of uniformity for the Imperium.
Wow.
Blood did not matter, it was heart. The spirit of Chagoris that had to be preserved. Culture bound men together, just as how he had bound the numerous tribes of the Empty Quarter under the banner of his Mathuli.
So he definitely, I can see the rebel aspect now. He wants to maintain his people's culture. He doesn't want it to be evaporated by like the uniformity of the empire. He fucking hates that shit. I can see that. And he's not wrong. Like, a culture really does like hold a people together, you know. It really is something that, you know, that glues people together in a sense, you know. And if you allow people to keep their culture, even if they're conquered, you'll find that loyalty can still be maintained very easily, I think, depending on the culture itself, right? Waterboard. This evolved into first political divide in the Imperium. Pro-Psyker, Jaghatai, Magnus, Sanguinius. Anti-Psyker, Mortarion, Russ, and Perturbo. Chad, oh yeah. Probably not Rorgaldon. Rogaldorn, I should say, yeah.
The numerous tribes of the Empty Quarter under the banner of his Mathuli, the 5th Legion, the Star
was not a warp
Hunters,
fan? No.
Sons born on terror, veterans of the ongoing Great Crusade were ordered down to the surface and stood side by side with their newly elevated brothers from Chogoris. Thousands of soldiers, each bound with Jaghatai's blood within them. But blood was not enough for Jaghatai. Over 50,000 men assembled on the plains of Chogoris. Their Primarch stood before them. The enormous, powerful presence of Jaghatai awakening something within them all. Each Hastati, Terran and Chogoran were presented with a ritual blade, dipped in a poison designed to suppress their healing abilities. 50,000 men marked the form of a jagged scar across their cheek. With the wound still fresh, they discarded their old names, for that man was dead. Each chose a new name to mark his ascension into the horde of Jaghatai, the Kagan. Their old way of life was gone. They were now one army, one brotherhood,
I see.
one legion.
So they got a lot of ritual scarring and shit going on too.
To each other. As long as you brothers support one another and render assistance to one another, your enemies can never gain the victory over you. They were one. They were the Tal Scar, clad in white, and now they set out to the stars to conquer the galaxy. Jaghatai's molding
Their
of his
armor does
legion
look
continued. He began to incorporate his ethos and tactics from what he had learned in his time on the steppe. Attack and then retreat, shock and awe. The 5th Legion would be the first in, and then the first out. They would attack with such blinding speed that all resistance would be washed away in a tide. World upon world would find this enormous, looming force blacken their skies, only to realize in their horror that they were already under assault, as a wave of superhuman warriors clad in gleaming white armor with an enormous figure leading them would smash them apart. Whooping cries and cheers would be heard over the thunder of...
So, like, yeah, literally I imagine that is, like, the second you see ships, like, in the skies, like, they already have their ground force deployed, mobilized, and coming for you. That's kind of wild, you know? But that is, like, the speed you expect from the White Scars, you know? Crazy way to, like, put it.
Apart. Whooping cries and cheers would be heard over the thunder of jet bikes and land speeders, as the spirit and heart of Chogoris sung through its warriors. Even their weapons and armor was adapted to fit their way of war. The Legion's colossal naval ships were modified to Jaghatai's own specifications. He had been but a mere tribal warrior before. The bow and warhorse were his tools, but his mind had soaked in the complexity of the Imperium's technologies to a level where he could adapt it. The Dao sword, the Tolwar dagger, the Guan Dao glaive, all deadly pieces of iron, forged in the plains, were reforged into steel and ceramite power weapons. Even Jaghatai's personal guard, his Keshik, adapted their Terminator armor for increased mobility. It was the way we made you. Words of Malkador that never seemed to leave his thoughts. Conquest was in his blood. but it was in the heart of the Chagorians. Their love of battle was unparalleled, just as the sensation of adrenaline and freedom had gripped Jaghatai, mounted upon the plains of Chogoris. It was tapped into by all of the 5th Legion. Imagine the speed, the power, the sensation of slicing apart your enemies with your blades. An exhilaration that would leave you grinning ear to ear. But they were more than just the savage visage they displayed. Jaghatai began to encourage his sons to be more, to delve into such things as calligraphy, hunting, and the telling of ancient tales. The society that separated scholars from its warriors will have its thinking done by cowards and its fighting by fools.
That's
the 5th
fair.
Legion fully joined.
So he really like was into the whole philosophy part of it too, and he wanted really like a brotherhood amongst his soldiers, right? Like you should do like you should read, you know what I'm saying? You should read books, you should go hunting, you should enjoy yourself, you know what I'm saying? But not in any sort of like fucked way, like just actually be a normal ass person, go hunt, go read a book, you know, like enjoy some normal stuff, you know? I think his Legion really respected him a lot for that, because at the end of the day, he was really just like, you know, he was born to conquer, and he was a mega big conqueror, but he also still had a lot of like respect about him, and he wasn't about to like just like shit on you for like no reason at all, you know, like
cowards and is fighting by fools. The 5th Legion fully joined the Great Crusade, with
I love the
Jaghatai
scale attached to the Space Marine armor. Yeah, me too.
Yu Hun, and Hasek by his side. He disagreed with his father on the fate of humanity, about lying to them, so he distanced himself from it. He would follow his own path. The 5th Legion began to disperse. Like an uncurling hand, the fingers outstretched to spread their grip on the stars. Each unit led by a son Jaghatai trusted completely. The 5th Legion spread from war zone to war zone, utilizing their lightning-fast raid tactics to overwhelm the horrifying Xenos and non-compliant colonies of mankind. They'd begun to conquer at such frightening speed they even outpaced Imperial reinforcements. And
Goddamn.
Coincidentally, the delegation sent directly from the Imperial Palace. The greater the distance from Terra and its influence, the more
wait till you see
free
some massive the
Jaghatai
armor
felt.
is.
It did not matter if he received less glory, less praise from his father, his legion, his culture, and his way of life mattered more. They became a rumor, a legion who were gone before you could understand or interact with them. They
Holy
were
shit.
the superhumans, clad in white, bearing scars on their cheeks, speaking in their strange tongue. They were the White Scars. Sanguinius came up to his brother, a goblet in each hand, and handed one to the Khan.
To fraternity,
He said, raising his. The wine was unctuous, heavily spiced, no doubt priceless.
you must accept my apologies.
The angel said, gesturing towards 2 immense thrones carved from mahogany and capped with ivory.
Interesting that we're seeing Sanguinius and all these interactions in between like the Khan, right? Like obviously I imagine he interacted with them a ton. The other Primarchs, that is, more so than other ones. I imagine some interacted with their brothers a lot more than others, that's for sure. And Sanguinius obviously was one of the better ones, and the Khan being one of the better ones. I imagine interactions between them probably were pretty good for the most part. He also had mixed up the people by splitting up the previous groups. Oh, I see. Oops, I pressed my Windows key there.
My herald was mistaken from the outset. They tell me that Star Hunter is a name no longer to be uttered.
No apology needed.
The Khan said, seating himself awkwardly opposite his brother. Despite himself, he could not help staring at the way the whispering wing quill settled around the angel as he reclined, like a shimmering cloak of silver pinions.
It means nothing to us.
White Scar,
said Sanguinius, amused, though not maliciously.
Those are the two words now making us talk from Terra to Ultramar. Would it flatter you to know that you are a source of some fascination, brother? That there was a race among us to see who could corner you first?
Not especially.
Wow.
No, I guess not.
We were Talskar. That was the origin of it.
The Khan said, for some reason, sitting there in the presence of this dazzling, ethereal presence, he felt there should be some explanation.
A livery now as it was on Chogoris is white. They misheard the first, they observed the second. Their words, not ours.
Sanguinius shrugged.
We're all made into images for them. That is our purpose, you might say.
He leaned forward, conspiratorially.
And between you and me,
he flashed his impossibly handsome smile.
I'm not really an angel.
The Khan laughed at last.
And such things are impossible. Or so our father told me.
Yes, I had the same conversation with him, somewhat awkwardly in my case.
Sanguinius took a sip of wine.
I've been hunting you for a while, Jaghatai.
Literally, like, claims that he himself is not an angel. That's kind of awesome. Like Sanguinius is very much, like, still himself. He's not, like, taken aback by it. Like, Sanguinius seems like a very, like, you know, a very loyal, but, like, still, like, he knows what he is kind of character, you know? And at least they're having, like, a good moment here, you know?
Yes, I had the same conversation with him, somewhat awkwardly in my case.
Sanguinius took a sip of wine.
I've been hunting you for a while,
ass, the Khan, probably.
My compliments. Your legion has learned some ship mastery. I thought my crews were good, but I believe yours could school them.
We're used to staying on the move.
Clearly, and the destruction of 9212. Impressive. Once I heard you had located the homeworld, I made for it, expecting you to be there for some weeks.
You fought them before?
On Melchior. The knowledge that they are wiped out gives me satisfaction, and they are, I take it, exterminated.
All of them,
the Khan said darkly.
Then I relish the prospect of never hearing them mentioned again.
Sanguinius cradled his goblet in the palm of his hand, swilling it absent-mindedly.
All Xenos are foul, but my sons developed a particular hatred for those.
Then why were you not sent to destroy them?
Your pardon?
You had the measure of them.
The Khan took a swig of his own.
We used intelligence your legion had gathered. I wonder why you were not sent to finish the task.
The angel shrugged.
We had other battles.
I've not been doing this for as long as you, but I'm not slow-witted.
He placed his goblet beside him and leaned forwards in the throne.
We were sent there to witness the depravities of devotion. Through this, we were enjoined to understand the wisdom of the imperial truth.
You do not see the need for it?
I'm yet to be convinced.
I'd heard the rumors.
This is where you tell me that I need to understand the necessity, that we sheared them for their own good and that the deceptions are noble. For all that, they remain an illusion.
Sanguinius
So this conversation's definitely changing.
He looked at his brother thoughtfully, the last of his smile dying away.
Yeah.
You have psychers in your legion,
he said at last.
Of course.
A librarius.
Of a kind.
Then that is already a refutation.
The angel said.
The populace can believe our powers are bounded by science. Even our generals, if they want to. We know it isn't.
The Khan looked at his brother warily, as if cautious to avoid some kind of trap.
Interesting. So he's literally trying to, like, bait him out in a sense here. This is a weird conversation how this turned, right? So Sanguinius is like, yeah, that's not on you using psychers in your army, you know, and they know, like, amongst themselves, Primarchs, like, these two clearly know that there's more going on. And they know the imperial truth is kind of bullshit, right? So it's interesting, you know, to see this, like, kind of play out, to see them talk about this in a cautious manner.
And what do you suppose that leaves us with?
Khan would definitely own a Hellcat IRL. Yeah,
the
probably.
Angel said.
But the Psyker cannot be avoided. Already there are those among us who wish to see them
these debates
banished,
are great.
shut away or blunted, lest they unlock something fouler within us. Those voices are growing stronger. Despite what you may believe, my wayward brother, the throne listens to its sons. One day, if we are careless, we will lose all these things, and then we
Is this
will be
live?
the
Yeah,
ones
it's
at
live,
fault,
man.
For we did nothing.
The Khan looked skeptical.
I care nothing for what another Primarch does.
They won't stop at their own legions.
Sanguinius remained reclined, almost languid, his pristine golden robes catching the candlelight.
For the Puritan, there is no comfort in scouring one's own house. All houses must be made clean. You are on your own, Jaghatai, heading further.
He's the
into
goat
herd,
then? Appreciate that, man.
Empire onto yourself, so you don't hear the whispers.
And I care nothing for whispers.
This is, again, a very interesting conversation. I love the open, secret GOT politics vibe. Yeah, me too. Like, they're literally talking like it's a backroom kind of thing here. Like, it's, you know, like, because everything they're saying here is hushed. It's not above board. They're not allowed to be talking about this. It's very conspiratorial, and it would be, like, probably akin to heresy if I had to assume if the wrong person heard.
Sanguinius snorted.
You should. I've seen worlds destroyed by them.
The Great Crusade?
Stop me, good people. Don't you see my temper is running away with me? Help, Master Common Sense. Are you afraid? Good Mistress Prudence, come to my aid. Stop me, Conscience. Stop me, I pray. My temper is running away. Dear Brother Kindness, snatch after the reins. Help, or my temper will dash out my brains. Help, or I'll get a terrible fall. Help, shame, caution, love, wisdom and all.
I've never desired fellowship with any of you. Do not take that as pride, more like necessity.
Damn.
I find obligation to others difficult. Fraternity, all alone on Chogoris. Jaghatai had seen that he was different from his people. He was more than just a mortal man. With the coming of the Emperor, that idea of being unique had changed forever. 20 Primarchs, brothers, crafted from the Emperor's own genetic material. Superhumans destined to be the generals of the Great Crusade, reuniting humanity under one banner. As the decades passed in his service to the Imperium, it was inevitable that his paths would cross with one of them, a brother, an equal. Horus had been there on Chogoris. The sight of him must have been intriguing. Just to be in his presence, you could feel his charisma shine. Horus saw beneath the facade of the savage, seeing the cunning, quiet intelligence. More interactions came over the decades.
So I can sense that there's a lot of respect and probably a lot of, like, envy over Horus. Because he definitely seems like he's the Emperor's favorite child, for sure. And I guess he was, in a sense, right? And even, like, the Emperor showing up to these worlds to reclaim the Primarchs, Horus is by his side doing it, you know? Very, very, like, interesting detail. Big sad coming, yikes. There's some theory that the Emperor uses the warp as well as when it comes to creating the Primarchs. That would make sense that the Primarchs were, like, entities of the warp or some shit. I could understand that. Khan loved Horus. I feel like a lot of people loved Horus. Like, I feel like a lot of these Primarchs really had it in with, like, Horus. Like, they were kind of bros with him, you know? I feel like also that's why when he went traitor, like, so many actually ended up following him in a way, you know?
Quiet intelligence. More interactions came over the decades.
They are, damn.
Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, was an encounter hard to forget. His warming face, his ethereal presence, something made even Jaghatai, the calm and closed-off man, want to speak. His brother had accepted his need for isolation, but warned that events inside the Imperium couldn't be ignored forever. And then Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns. Both Magnus and Jaghatai's life had been shaped by sorcery. Magnus the Gifted One himself, the scholar who wielded the power of the warp to incredible heights. And Jaghatai's life on Chogoris was guided and nurtured by his Zadrin Aga, the Storm Seers, the cultural rock of his people and their traditions, philosophy and way of life. He had been guided by Shinaz, perhaps his closest friend in the universe, his teacher and mentor, who followed him to the stars, becoming Jaghatai Yasuge. Jaghatai respected Magnus, as the two had so much in common. To his other brothers, he was a mystery, something he...
Khan had 3 friends and brothers, Horus, Magnus, and Sanguinius. That makes sense, so... Like, those 3 were very close. Jaghatai doesn't envy Horus. He generally got along with Horus, but yes, Jaghatai didn't get along with many of his brothers. That makes sense. I feel like a lot of his brothers, like, were not calm or collected like Jaghatai is. He's also more, like, closed off than the others are, that's for sure. The Khan didn't care about the title of War Master. Yeah, it probably meant nothing to him. Like, he's already a conqueror in his own mind. He already knows that. He's got nothing else to prove, you know? The irony is that Horus didn't like the Primarchs that sided with him. Like, that's true, yeah. He would switch them with the loyal ones in a heartbeat. He says so himself. I can see why. A lot of the people that sided with him were very, like, underhanded or just, like, mentally not there, to be fair.
In common. To his other brothers, he was a mystery, something he intended to keep that way. Fraternity
Horus got the leftovers.
Was obligation, and he had always wanted to escape obligation. Walls made him feel suffocated, be they physical or mental. Even his taste was different, compared to the lavish and ornate displays that every legion seemed to display in their weaponry, their armor, and their ships. Simple stretched hides, Chagorian pelts, and humble tribal food with the choice of the warhawk. Unlike many of his brothers, Jaghatai had truly bonded to his people. To each Primarch and Jaghatai, they'd always felt in some way removed from humanity. They were born rulers. They were saviors. They experienced the loneliness that comes from leadership, magnified by their magnanimous stature and earth-shattering presence. But to Jaghatai, he did his best to be an equal. He was the Kagan, but he never put himself beyond the scrutiny of those who served him. The Kurultai, a council where all were free to voice their thoughts as equals. A tradition born in the steppe and retained on the galactic scale. Despite being a Primarch, Jaghatai Yasuge, Quinn Shah.
So that sounds a lot like the warrior lodges that the fucking Space Wolves had, kinda. I can see that being like another thing that the Emperor, if he found out about it, would want to ban. You know? Like the method of like any man who wants to speak up can kind of thing. Like, that'll get you killed anywhere else in the Imperium. I'm just saying, you know? Wow.
Despite being a Primarch, Jaghatai Yasuge, Quinn Shah,
I think he was among the 5 Primarchs Rabude called like the Dauntless Few.
Than sons. He had them and their council.
Warrior lodges were bad, yeah, I know they were.
Hard to fill.
Luna Wolves, not Space Wolves, Luna Wolves. I always get those fucking two confused. It's my bad. Sorry about that, guys.
Where the rest of the Imperium misunderstood. Even their livery of Tal Scar was lost to ignorance and disinterest. The outsiders named them White Scars because of their lack of understanding. The fifth sailed further and further into the void of the stars, content within their own company. As more worlds came under the shadow of the white scars, Jaghatai finally began to see more of what Malkador and the Emperor had tried to make him understand on Terra. Old Night, the collapse of humanity's spanning federation across the stars. A wound in the psyche of the civilization that remembered those frightful days. One of the justifications for the Great Crusade was to protect the future of humanity, to unify it under one banner, to protect it from a slow decay. Devoured by ourselves and the horrifying xenos that hid in the dark corners of space. Chogoris' society had collapsed millennia before, reverting to a feudal-like existence, where the scars of Old Night were forgotten. It was only within the Great Crusade.
And that's an interesting fact. Like, you would never know that happened if you were not alive for it. Why would you ever assume that your civilization once ruled the stars and you're just living on like a collapsed world of it? That is so like mind-fucky to think about, you know, like, and there would be no sign like on your world after thousands of years that even happened. And there'd be no tech left to prove it. You would just have the tech level that your world is currently sitting at, right? Russ and the Space Wolves had mean holes to get smashed and eat a lot of food and party. That sounds awesome. Yeah, that becomes a plot point. Pay attention to the lodges. Emperor didn't like them at all. They were full on illegal. Yeah, because fucking Horus made like, that's where like the heresy was kind of founded at, right? So I could totally see like what Jaghatai is doing here as a problem. Like,
Old Night were forgotten. It was only within the Great Crusade did Jaghatai finally understand the horrors of what Malkador had warned of. Xenos. They were disgusting. During the emancipation,
I like how universally Xenos are fucking gross though. Universally.
Creatures of barely definable form.
Yeah,
what all
fair
these
enough.
creatures had in common: bloated bodies that floated on invisible etheric tides, multiple eyes, thrashing tendrils, and the ability to unleash fearsome blasts of warp energy as they
So he's talking about
hordes
chaos
of
forces.
mind-controlled humans at them, treating humanity as if it were a thing to be controlled, like mindless slaves. A trait Jaghatai had despised in the kings and emperors on Chogoris. Perhaps the emperor was right.
I see.
Humanity had to be protected from this desecration and horror. But though many Xenos made the White Scars curse their name in disgust, for others they held a different view. Orcs, the greenskins, the hulking beasts whose love of war matched the Chogorians. Whooping cheers of High Chogoris met a screaming green tide on thousands of worlds throughout the decades of the Great Crusade.
Wow.
To have a worthy foe was everything to them, and Jaghatai and the White Scars' blades were slick with alien blood.
So they actually like fighting
they like
fighting the orcs.
Test was
That's awesome.
More worthy. Though this further slaughter that Jaghatai and the Legion was bathing in would change in a sobering moment.
Warrior Lodges is different as it was for all Space Marines, no matter rank and or Legion. While Khan tried not to be above the Legion, so he had a council of brothers. Oh, okay. So it's a little bit different. It's not really the same thing, per se.
Side by side, the White Scars and the Lunar Wolves stood, cleansing another Orc horde. The campaign had been brutal.
Man-made horrors beyond human comprehension,
the
yay.
capital had taken weeks of mind-numbingly brutal warfare. Jaghatai and his White Scars utilized their speed to break apart and disorientate the enemy's line, whilst the slow, unstoppable tide of the Lunar Wolves
This is the part where the Khan destroys the orcs and goes Ultra Instinct.
Encircled and flattened by a mountain's worth of bombardment, the Imperial forces prepared for the final assault.
God
With
damn.
Quinn Shah, Gyu Hun, and Hasek, and Sir Janus of the Lunar Wolves by his side, Jaghatai raced into battle, a Primarch at the forefront of an unstoppable, lightning-fast wedge. A movement he had taken from the plains and improved with the strength of Legiones Astartes. Fighting their way into the Orcs' capital, the clash began. To stand at its center, the cacophony of noise, heat, and blood would overwhelm you. Fighting with every ounce of strength and ferocity, the Orcs were being pushed back until Gyuhan Khan, one of Jaghatai's oldest friends, a man who had followed him from the plains to the stars, overextended. Jaghatai screamed over the battle for him to pull back. First in, first out. But Gyuhan held. His wounds were pouring, and in the melee rush, he was knocked back, falling into the emerging magma pouring throughout the holes of the previously bombarded surface.
Damn.
Jaghatai halted, rushing over to catch the last moment of his friend, sinking into his blazing death. Jaghatai stood, frozen, and then with a scream that could shatter eardrums, he ordered everyone to pull away. Something had awoken within him. He broke into a run, first heavily, measuring his strokes, and then accelerating, faster and harder, until he had moved into that state the Jagorian sages called Alach Ger. The quiet smile had gone. The quiet cunning had gone.
I see what you mean, Ultra Instinct now. Literally, instead of like, you know, most Primarchs would see like one of their boys fall, they'd be enraged. We got to push forward. Jaghatai sees one of his boys fall, and he's just like, all right, time to pull out of here. Don't overextend, you know? It's already bad if we lost one. Let's go. Like, that's smart though. Like, you don't want to keep extending, keep losing more force. Like, you just want to pull out.
All that was left was the cold rage. His speed
slid on his ops immediately, literally.
It became a blur, too fast for the human eye. He was hidden behind a curtain of severed flesh and thrown blood. A primordial force burning through the ranks of Xenos.
Oh, wow.
The Orcs, a dull-witted, primitive race whose only reason for life was
testosterone incoming? Holy shit.
To run.
No, he just solos the army by himself. Oh, is he running through the army?
Overwhelmed by the onslaught. Eventually the screams faded away, and all that remained was Jaghatai, covered in alien gore.
Holy shit.
It must have been like witnessing a god fight. Breathtaking, haunting, life-altering. It was the way.
So he just soloed the Xenos army himself. That's what happened here.
Echoed in his mind.
He wants the orcs for himself, so he tells everyone else to pull back, and then he keeps going.
Don't you see?
Holy
My
shit.
temper is running away with me. Had they placed that rage within him? He was a son of Chogoris. Chogoris had made him, but perhaps he was more a creation of terror, more a designed tool.
Wow.
Gyuhan was dead. Others had passed over the numerous decades of the Great Crusade, but a friend, one of the men who had been by Jaghatai's side since the beginning. He confided in Yasugai. They knew that many of them would perish in this war. In fact, death on the battlefield was a fate they all desired. Yet
it's pretty much guaranteed, to be honest.
Even to the superhuman warriors. Even
he just soloed the orc army by himself, yeah.
Following the
he just fucking blitzed through all those orcs, just ran through them all, what the fuck?
Returned to Chogoris. Kwanzu, the Legion's fortress, built high in the Kumkatra Mountains, was the only speck of imperial influence and industrialization. Jaghatai had ensured that the people of Chogoris were left to their way of life. It kept them strong, ideal for recruitment, and their traditions were not swallowed up under the tide of imperial conformity.
When goes into a state of moving as soon as his brain thinks the thought. He goes into this state like maybe 3 times in all the books. You don't want to be near him when he's like that. Yeah, clearly not. I imagine just it's like fucking pink mist and pulp around him when he does that shit, man. Like, what the hell? Orcs ran away from battlefield in terror and into a building for safety, but Khan followed them in. and only screams of scared orcs can be heard until a dead silence follows later on. Holy shit. So he just wiped them, man.
Their traditions were not swallowed up under the tide of imperial conformity. For their Kagan to return, it was a time for celebration and rest. A brief time where Jaghatai could still roam the plains once more, with Yasugai and Hasek, taking in the sensation of freedom that he had enjoyed so much in his youth. It had all changed so much. One thing that all of them, even Jaghatai, struggled with was the passage of time. They were all older. They had now lived multiple human lifetimes.
Yeah.
Everything dies. Words from Yasugai, Jaghatai knew to be true, but deep down he knew he would outlive them all. Something that saddened him greatly. Returning to Kwanzu, the Legion rested, even taking time to participate in its Chagorian traditions. Jubal Khan, a rising star within the Legion, caught the eye of the Kagan, showing his prowess in an incredible duel, fighting with the methods of blinding speed and engaging and then falling back. Even his Chagorian was perfect. Yet this was a son of terror. It was a hopeful sight. Jaghatai's plan had worked.
The white scar
his
armor scheme
unifying
does
of the
look so
Star
fucking clean, though,
Hunters
I have
and
to
the
say.
Tal Scar. But not all born of terror fit so neatly. Others, born in that distant world, found themselves to be outcasts and sought a place of belonging. A place where rank and homeworld didn't matter. A place in the warrior lodges.
Interesting. Ulanor. Pretty sure we've heard of that before.
Some of us had it easier than others.
Mortarion muttered. Fulgrim looked archly at Sanguinius. An awkward silence fell.
You should not regret that,
said the Khan. The other three turned, as if surprised that he had a voice.
The hardship.
Mortarion glared at him sourly. His pallid flesh almost matched Ulinor's overcast, humid skies.
I don't regret it,
he said.
I could only regret that only some of us gained our father's favor, though. I could regret that.
Sanguinius took a sip of wine from his glass, serenely unconcerned.
Brother, you should be pleased for Horus.
Why?
Mortarion's expression was pinched.
Because he was found first. Had the longest to work with his legion. If it had been you on Chthoniya, if it had been me, we might have been in his place now.
Fulgrim sniffed.
Speak for yourself. Being War Master is not the only accolade.
Sanguinius laughed.
No more talk of your Palatine Aquila, brother. You will make him more jealous.
I'm not jealous. Not of Horus, nor of you.
Scowled Mortarion, missing the humor.
He definitely, yeah, so I'm not jealous. He like cedes back. Like, yeah, he clearly is jealous because, like, you know, you don't take a joke that way. And also it's like, you know, bro, if you're not jealous, like, you wouldn't have to exclaim that you're not jealous. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't have to fucking, like, you wouldn't have to be like, I'm not jealous. You know? I just think, like, Sanguinius definitely is, like, hitting shit on the head here, but he's like...
Not of Horus, nor of you.
Scowled Mortarion.
Definitely not bitter. He is bitter, like, clearly bitter.
Voice.
You don't understand the problem.
Fulgrim leaned forward, clasping his long hands together.
Which is?
While he was leading us, we fought to gain even a glance or gesture from him. That was acceptable, for none of us are his rival. Nothing in the galaxy is his rival. Now we will fight to gain a glance from Horus. But Horus is not the architect of this. He is just one of us. It will lead to trouble.
Fulgrim shot a tolerant look at Sanguinius.
He is jealous.
The Khan
like,
shook his head. Fulgrim could be irritatingly stupid.
No, he speaks the truth. It should never have happened.
Sanguinius looked
really?
at the Khan thoughtfully.
I thought you, of all of us, would feel joy for Horus.
The Khan shrugged.
He is the best of us. I begrudge him nothing, and I have taught him so. But it should never have happened.
So should it have been you?
Asked Fulgrim, acerbiacally. Mortarion snorted again, but Sanguinius said nothing.
I wouldn't have taken it,
said the Khan.
Of course you would have,
said Fulgrim. The Khan shook his head.
I have no use for another title. My people give me enough.
Sanguinius smiled.
My brother, I think you are the most inscrutable of us all. I know.
Like, that's the thing. He's not fighting for titles or recognition because in his eyes, he's already got both of those things. Some of these other Primarchs literally have tried their hardest to gain titles from the Emperor because they can't do so on their worlds or with their people. So they're just like constantly vying for that attention that they'll never get, you know? Versus like guys like the Khan, he's just like, yeah, whatever, bro. I'm already like fucking Khanate of my fucking nation, my continent, my planet, you know? I don't need more titles. I don't give a shit about it, you know? So it's very interesting. Like his motivations are completely different.
Smiled.
My brother, I think you are the most inscrutable of us all. I know what Rogel wants, and I know what Rebute
I would like an order of Fulgrim, well done, please. Yeah.
After so long, I have no idea what you want.
He wants to be left alone,
said Fulgrim.
To shoot off into the stars and hunt down Xenos on those delightful jet bikes. They're devilishly fast. I heard from a contact on Mars, Jaghatai, that you do strange things to your ships.
The Khan shot him a heavy-lidded stare.
I heard you do strange things to your warriors.
Fulgrim's slender face briefly flared with anger, but Sanguinius laughed.
I wonder which one of you would win in a duel.
The angel mused.
Name the place, brother.
Fulgrim said to the Khan.
Wow.
I'd even travel to Chogoris if you built a palace to keep the dust from my armor.
The Khan felt the insult. It stabbed at him deeply, but his expression
I wouldn't even think that like that would be an insult that would like hit the Khan that hard, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a pretty weak if you could keep the dust from my armor, like guy, you're a fucking like Primarch Space Marine. First off, like a little bit of dust gets in your army, you little bitch boy. Like, you know, you little bitch boy. Like dust, really? You know what I'm saying? Dust is the worst of your concern. Like, surely you have peasantry to go and clean that for you. Like, what the hell? Like, is the problem here? You know? I just think that's interesting. You know, he's trying to insult him based on that. Like, that insult didn't land, is my opinion.
If you built a palace,
I wouldn't be insulted by that.
Armor.
The Khan felt the insult. It stabbed at him deeply, but his expression never changed. They could never know, none of them, how much their close fraternity rankled him.
You would lose,
said the Khan. Fulgrim grinned, but there was something fragile in it.
Oh?
You would lose because you treat it like a game, like you treat everything, and I would not. You would lose because you know nothing of me, and I know everything of you because you shouted from the turrets of your battle cruisers.
Interesting.
My prowess remains unknown. You have some reputation as a swordsman, brother, but I make no boast when I tell you, I would leave you choking on it.
Wow.
Fulgrim's cheeks flushed. For a moment, he looked like he would go.
He just fucking put him down with that one. Holy shit.
Sanguinius' calm smile soothed the moment.
Now I regret bringing this up. In the cause of peace, shall we put this stupidity behind us? We are not at war, and never likely to be, and that is truly a blessing.
Who'd have thought it?
Said Mortarion to the Khan.
Never likely
a
to be.
glint
Wow.
in his rheumery eyes.
You do have your pride.
More like needlessly hoping to gain father's love by the Emperor. Yeah. I heard you do strange things to your warriors, goddamn. Yeah, that's a fucking crazy line, bro. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's like a shots fired line, but then it's like, oh, I would go fight you on your planet, but I don't want to get dust in my armor. Like, yeah, good comeback, bro. Like, what the fuck? Fulgrim hosting Diddy parties with the boys. Holy shit. You basically called him and his land primitives. I mean, they are, but I wouldn't think that, like, the Khan would fucking take, again, offense to that. Like, he takes his culture very seriously. Even if it's considered primitive by Fulgrim, what the fuck does he care? It's not primitive to him. I wouldn't think that he actually would take offense to something like that. You know what I'm saying? At least, like, deep offense. He'd probably be like, okay, this dude's just a fucking, you know, a petty loser is essentially what he is, like, you know, in a sense. At least he's acting like it, you know? Fulgrim definitely sounds like a little baby. He does. He sounds like a little bitch boy here. Like, I'm not going to lie. He does sound like a little bitch. It's not literally saying that the planet is a backwater world that's barely even developed past the Stone Age. I mean, would it make you feel some type of way, though? Like, it is the truth. He's not telling, like, a lie. But also, like, Jaghatai conquered that world without any sort of great technology. He did it with the technology on his planet. He got the titles himself, right? And then eventually, when he was risen up, his planet was brought into the fold, much like every other planet was brought into the fold. So he made the best of it. I would take that as an achievement, if anything, not as a shameful thing, in my personal opinion, right? Like, maybe that's a hot take, but
in his rumory eyes.
All the Imperium sees them as savages. Oh,
as do you.
Then what would be the wager on us, brother?
Asked Mortarion.
Jaghatai does still have his pride. I see. That makes sense.
The Khan sighed.
No, I grow tired of...
Tell me.
Mortarion insisted.
Or do you only consider the odds with sword dancers?
The Khan stared back at him. As he did so, he realized that, of all his 17 brothers, Mortarion was the only one who, like him, had remained on the utter margins during the Great Crusade. Even Alfarius had played more of a role at its center. The Death Lord was as mysterious to him as the warp.
Interesting.
Intriguing.
I don't know,
he said, truthfully enough.
It would be interesting to find out.
Mortarion laughed then, but what could be seen of his expression was crooked. His whole face seemed arranged for downness, as if levity risked cracking it.
That it would, but we have nothing to fight over, you and I, so breathe easy.
Oh, wow.
No?
Asked Sanguinius.
That's crazy.
Seriously this time.
Not even...
I like how Mortarion, like, and like the Khan too, he's like, very honest. Like, yes, I absolutely know I would fucking destroy Fulgrim. That's like bitch work. That would take me seconds. Mortarion, I don't know, actually. Maybe you'd have a chance. It would be a good fight, you know? It'd be interesting to find out. Good thing we never have to fight then, lol. Like, holy shit. So many viewers? What are you, surprised, Scoop World? You surprised? So many viewers? What? People want to see this, you know? This is the kind of content that the people want to see, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm joking, guys. It's awesome to see you guys all here. I appreciate it a lot. Also, mid-video plug, come join the Discord if you haven't, guys. Good to see you guys there. Come join the Discord right now, you know? If you haven't already, come join. Only 17 likes, 38 viewers. Yeah, you guys got to like that video some more. Obviously, the VOD will be posted afterwards as well, so if you guys want to watch the VOD afterwards, feel free. Go check that out after. Like and subscribe to anyone who hasn't. Goop, you are fucking plugging this for me. See, this is what I need right here. Got some PR people in the fucking chat here. I love that. Good job. Thank you.
No.
Asked Sanguinius. Seriously this time.
Not even the Librarius.
The crooked smile faded.
That's different.
The angel took another sip of his wine.
How so?
You've not heard the news then. Our father has taken the matter in hand. I know you take your creation seriously, but you must know it couldn't be suffered to go on.
Fulgrim looked intrigued.
What do you mean, taken in hand?
There will be a reckoning.
The Death Lord shot a wry glance at the Khan, as though reveling in some secret knowledge that would become public very soon.
Interesting.
I'll be there when it happens. I hope you will be there too. Some fights are too important to be left to advocates.
Interesting.
Nearly 2 centuries of warfare. thousands of worlds conquered, and millions of Xenos and non-compliant colonies had been slain. It was in the ashes of the Imperium's greatest victory over an enormous greenskin war that the Imperium changed forever. Ullanor, cleansed of alien filth at the dawn of the 32nd millennium, held a muster of billions of superhuman and mortal warriors.
Damn.
Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the Lunar Wolves, was named War Master. The Emperor himself handed the responsibility of the Great Crusade to his most favored son. It was a mistake. Jaghatai had seen the fate of emperors who stood back, how depraved, corrupt, and selfish they became. Why did his father leave the conquest? Why did he not tell them why? More lies. He knew.
So I think that's interesting because I don't feel like Jaghatai got the reasons why it happened correct. I think the reasons why the heresy happened largely is just due to like personal distrust. You know what I'm saying? Like the Emperor, at the end of the day, he wasn't honest. You know, he wasn't honest. That honesty bred distrust. That distrust turned into hatred, bred more hatred, and obviously there was already a lot there. Given why a lot of the reason why a lot of the traitor Primarchs went traitor in the first place, because there was already so much distrust there. They already had no reason to like the Emperor, and they were given control of armies, bred in their name. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, again, I say this all the time. I think the Emperor was very silly doing something like that, you know?
Why did his father leave the conquest? Why did he not tell them why? More lies he knew was justified under the guise of doing what they thought was best for humanity. The dynamic had changed forever. At a time when Jaghatai had needed a brother, a friend, not a superior officer. The Librarius, the Chagorian Stormseers, the backbone of Chagoris, their guides from the plains all the way to the stars, were under threat. A divide had been growing over the latter decades of the Great Crusade. Those, such as Leman Russ and Mortarion, who felt an utter disgust towards those who drew on the powers of the warp. Even Corvus Corax and Rogel Dawn were adverse. Many lie in the middle, but it was Jaghatai, Sanguinius, and Magnus who were their most ardent defenders. Jaghatai had been reluctant to plant himself within the politics of the Imperium, but Sanguinius decades ago had convinced him to fight for his Stormseers, lest the decision be made in his absence. Over the latter part of the Great Crusade, Jaghatai and Yasuge had tried to show Horus the necessity of having Psykers in their arsenal, displaying on numerous campaigns his Stormseers' effectiveness in countering other Xenos Psykers. But the chance had been lost. Horus was now War Master, the commander, the one who could not be shown to pick sides or have favorites.
So Horus is gonna like absolutely ravage their tactics in a sense, is what I'm thinking here. Maybe this is wrong. Maybe this is a wrong assumption. But Horus being War Master could absolutely have a detrimental effect on the way that the legions of this time under his command operate and commit to warfare, right? Obviously, with the Emperor taking a step back and Horus taking charge, anything he kind of says goes as War Master, if that's not mistaken. So this is kind of a thing, you know, like the Emperor left so he can focus on the Webway project. The Webway project was like very important to my understanding. If he had succeeded with that, the Emperor would not be plagued with many of the issues it has today. So I can see why he did it. Like, he definitely needed to give the reins up to somebody, but was Horus the right choice? You know what I mean? Was a Space Marine and Astartes, a Primarch, a right choice in general? Theoretically, he should have just gave it over to fucking Malkador, if anything. But I mean, Malkador is obviously the administrative head of the Imperium, so I can understand why he can't do it, you know? Emperor retreated to the Goon Cave, pretty much. Webway project is secret basically because that truth couldn't be known to the navigators of the warp. That makes sense. Emperor should have said what he was doing. The Primarchs understand warp travel is dangerous without knowing what demons are. Exactly. Like, you don't need to know that there's demons in the warp to know that it's dangerous, you know? Like, I feel like that would be pretty, like, you know, pretty cut and dry regardless of what happens. Like, you already know this, so why not just be honest about it?
Jaghatai had lost an ally, but he could also feel he was losing a friend. There was a chasm between him and Horus, a distance bred from the
Horus screwed the Raven Guard, yeah. Oh, I know. The Raven Guard got blasted by him.
That old feeling kept creeping in.
I know this because I've been interested in the Raptors lately, if you guys didn't know. If you guys didn't know, go watch that video.
And disheartened, though he did not leave alone. Ilya Ravalion, a member of the Departamento Munistorum, was assigned to the 5th Legion at the dawn of this new era. The elderly woman, born on Terra, with a photographic memory, proved to be adept at all things logistical. She was a counterbalance to a legion that already had its eyes upon the next target, often overlooking what was left behind. Jaghatai and Ilya over the coming years forged a bond. Over drinking wine and playing Go together, Jaghatai, the free-spirited superhuman, with the orderly Terran-born mortal. Though the presence of the Primarch had made her feel nauseous and even lightheaded in the beginning, the elderly general was able to look Jaghatai in the eye, to stand face to face and offer her wisdom and experience. Something that became invaluable in the coming campaign.
That's interesting, because like Jaghatai again is definitely older than this woman, but he still respects like intellect. He still respects opinion, you know? He's willing to listen to you, and if he thinks that you're his better in some way, he's not just going to discard you or talk down to you. He's actually going to put you to use. He's going to treat you as if you're valuable, and I think that's a very important feature of him, you know? It's not something that a lot of the Primarchs show, is like respect to the people that serve them best, you know?
Something that became invaluable in the coming campaign. Chondax, the fortress world, inhabited by the remnants of the vile greenskins that had fled.
Man, these greenskins, they're fucking butchering the greenskins. Holy shit.
Aligned with the reckoning Jaghatai's mysterious brother Mortarion had spoken of. The Council of Nicaea, assembled from the highest bureaucrats, senior Astra Militarum, and a representative from all of the Adeptus Astartes legions, the Fabricator General of Mars, Malkador, and even the Emperor. The building debate in the shadows finally surfaced. The Librarius, Psychers, and their sanctioning in the Imperium had to be dealt with. Two sides had been drawn. Magnus, the Blood Angels, and Jaghatai, the Librarius. Jaghatai, Yasuge, and all those on their side spoke vehemently for the justification.
We be hating the orcs and the White Scars, I can tell.
But
it's like damn near every other fight that this guy has is with fucking orcs, dude. Like, they're just butchering the orcs. Man. The orcs gotta have a chance sometime, right? Like, sometime they gotta have a chance, right? Oh, man.
Spoke vehemently for the justification of psychic powers. But everything came.
Orcs are like the largest species in the Milky Way, Tyler Tyranids. That's true. They are everywhere. They are absolutely everywhere.
Into warp
and they're a fucking spore, so like they spread everywhere too.
Far. The pro-psychers failed. Yasugai feeling immense guilt for failing his friend and Primarch. The accumulation of decades of work, the crafting of a new Librarius rules created by Jaghatai, Sanguinis, and Magnus had gone. Jaghatai had often warned Magnus of his need to push limits, and now its cost was the Chagorian's way of life. But the message wouldn't reach the Kagan. Horrific warp storms began to form around Chondax. It made Ilya uncomfortable, but Jaghatai, in truth, was all too pleased to be out of range.
So true.
That's
what I like to see.
Left alone. With Quinn Shah, Hasek, and his white scars, and a green tide in front of them, the 5th Legion headed to war.
Prosperio. Another sheet done. 2 sheets, front and back.
I fear decrepitude, because all emperors are liars. All empires are lies. But there is only one unforgivable lie. That is the lie.
Casually making a butter cake.
The end. You are the conqueror. You have achieved it, and now all that remains is to build walls higher and shelter behind them. Now, the lie says, the worlds are safe.
It is not enough to take from an enemy their life.
Another
Rather
big
take
sad.
from them also their place of safety, their allies, their
Thousand
homes
Sun
and
homeworld.
their loved
Ooh.
ones. Crush all those in their care. Lay their chattels to waste, and then drive them alone and naked into the darkness. Take everything they have and burn it, for the mere pleasure of seeing the ash crackle between your fingers, and call it nothing more than a beginning.
I'm hungry. We'll go get a snack. We still got... Guys, we're only halfway done this video. If you're hungry, go grab a snack. We're going to be here a while still. Like, shit, dog. It's probably going to be another 2 hours at least at this point. I'm not going to lie to you guys. So, yeah, go grab your snacks. Go grab your drinks. Fucking leave a like while you're at it. Subscribe if you want to see more content from me. You know, got to hit the plugs. I know there's only, you know, definitely ain't 44 likes on this video, and I see 44 people. So better hit that like button. You know, I see that shit. So...
of Ulrak Uruk's
gotta plug it again, you know what I'm saying?
Empire would prove to be a bloody battle for the 5th, with horrific warp storms surrounding the sector of space. This was a war solely down to the White Scars. Jaghatai, Ilya, Hasek, and Quinn Shah. For 7 years, the 5th Legion fought in a back and forth grueling campaign, the difficulties of the terrain being mountainous and marshy, the crux of their usual fast-paced encirclement maneuvers. And yet more seemed to be at play. Some, such as Shiban Khan of the Brotherhood of the Moon, felt that there was something wrong. Something
I've heard of him.
Wasn't sitting right. He had found legionaries with their wounds too clean for an orc's work. It was as if they were fighting something greater than the mindless war before them. Jaghatai spent much of his time with his council, though he missed the guidance of his friend Yasugai. He found that his thoughts lay more towards the future. The Great Crusade was now expanding to the edges of the galaxy. After Chondax, what great holdouts were there? What if they had no more enemies left? After his
no more
of
enemies left. What wishful thinking that is, my guy. No more enemies left. You think there's ever gonna be, like, no orcs in the galaxy, bro? Give me a fucking break. No Tyranids in the galaxy. I guess the Tyranids at this point haven't even really, haven't showed up yet, have they? Neither have the Necrons, I suppose. So really all they really know of is, like, orcs at this point, right? In terms of Xenos. And Eldar, I suppose, right? And I guess, like, Chaos, but Chaos isn't, like, known about, right? It's the whole thing. Is that correct? So maybe that's not like... Oh, and Tau. Yeah, the Tau too. True. Tau, Necrons. Well, Necrons came later. Didn't Necrons come around like 37, 38? Or am I incorrect? The Necrons were after the Horus Heresy, right? After the Great Crusade by quite a bit, were they not? Am I wrong? I thought the Tyranids were too, but maybe I'm incorrect. Eldar just beating their meat. Yeah, pretty much. That's what the Eldar seem best at. Beating their meat in a corner. You see them when it's convenient.
Jagoris centuries ago, he had not
so
settled down, placed himself on a throne, built walls, and told himself that he was safe because it was a lie.
One Necron away collecting artifacts and people. So they did know that Necrons were a thing, just not like as widespread as they like were. Necrons were rare at this time. Okay, so they were around, but like you barely saw them. They didn't think they were as like widespread. Okay. That makes sense. No Tyranids or Necrons yet. Necrons on a wide scale, Tyranids didn't show up yet. Yeah, I didn't think so. So maybe it's not like completely like out of the realm of possibility to think, okay, maybe there's not going to be any more like Xenos to fight. What are we going to do with our lives after all this is said and done with? Like, damn, what a thought.
Built walls
in the world of 40k, what a thought.
Himself that he was safe because it was a lie.
And the tower banging rocks together. True.
Lies.
Yeah. Because they weren't like advanced yet at that time.
Distance between him and his father, but he only really feared one thing in this universe: decrepitude. The Emperor had arrived not long after his conquest of Chagoris. What would he have done in a time of peace? It was the way we made you. The words of Malkador. They had made him a hunter. Conquest was in his blood. They had made him uncomfortable with peace, lest in a way he fall to corruption. To live without purpose as humans leads us all down a spiraling path. What would you do if that hollowness took over you? Would you lie to yourself and say that you are strong when there is no goal to achieve?
Yes, he is having some amazing condition.
Never come to pass
Space Marines.
in a manner that Jaghatai would have never suspected. After years of brutal war, Jaghatai and the White Scars finally achieved victory. But at the precipice of this campaign, a fleet belonging to the 20th, the Alpha Legion, burst from the wall.
Oh, the Alpha Legion showed up
before the 5th Legion. Any communication was met with pure, dreaded silence.
Interesting.
Two Hastati's fleets stared at each other. Astropathic communications began to flood in. Through the tumultuous warp storms, Leman Russ of the Space Wolves had turned traitor. Magnus the Red and his 1,000 sons had been slain. The homeworld of Prospero destroyed. The War Master orders the 5th Legion to engage the traitor and bring him to justice.
Jesus.
Madness. Jaghatai's mind began racing. His friend Magnus,
imagine hearing that, like just getting that command. You just fucking won this battle. Like you won this war. It took you several years, and now suddenly you know a friendly fucking fleet jumps into orbit or jumps into real space, and fucking there you are, no communications, and now you're getting like word of like fucking rebellion amongst the fucking fleets. Like what the fuck is going on? That would break your mind. You'd be like, what the fuck, dude? Like this is craziness. Orcs, Dark Eldar, and Minor Xenos races. The Necrons, Tyranids, and Tau aren't around. The only Necron that awake and around is Tyrazin the Infinite. Oh, okay. Like the mysterious benefactor. Yeah. Memory is such a fickle thing. Yeah, I understand. Okay. I gotcha. Drama. By the way, the wounds to clean to be orcs was the Alpha Legion. Interesting. I don't know what that means. I'm not gonna lie to you. Tyrazin, in fact, yoinking stuff at this time, however. Yeah, wasn't he a collector? Doesn't he like collect a bunch of shit? He's like one of those guys. Kind of weird, eh? Damn. Oops.
Madness. Jaghatai's mind
committing a few robberies, yeah.
His friend Magnus.
A couple kidnappings. Nothing too major.
Russ was a traitor. So much power concentrated in so few hands. Look at this madness. Attention spread across the thousands of White Scar warriors and legionary personnel. The possibility of fighting another legion. The horror that battle would entail was a sobering thought. More astropathic communications came through. Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fist orders the White Scars to return to Terra and defend it alongside the Space Wolves. The War Master has turned traitor.
Yeah.
More came flooding in. Leman Russ of the Space Wolves requests the White Scars' aid against the Alpha Legion. They have turned traitor. Someone was lying.
Wow.
Was this Alpha Legion blockade the deception? Did they want Jaghatai to return to Terra? Did Russ speak the truth? And they were being held above Chondax.
So many mixed messages coming in. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on, and everyone's pointing the finger at each other. That's so like accurate. You would not know what the fuck is going on, and there'd be so many mixed signals. And you know, firing first, like the Alpha Legion shows up. Obviously, we know that they are traitor forces, and we know Lehman Russ is not a traitor, obviously, right? But man, crazy to see, because that would totally be truthful. You would have no idea in the grand scheme of things what the fuck is going on. I guess like reasonably the safest bet you could have is to return to Terra to seek more information and like get your orders from there, because Terra hopefully at this point would not be fallen and the Emperor himself would be able to guide you there.
Or were the 20th simply waiting?
Collector is an understatement, damn.
The 5th chose. Jaghatai,
this whole thing is building a museum.
Perhaps none of them would.
Wait, he's got Thunder Warriors in his museum? How the fuck did he get Thunder Warriors in his museum? Wait a second, guys. Somebody explain that. So has this guy just been around since like the dawn of fucking time doing this? Like collecting shit? Like on mass scale? How did he get this? How has he done this? Has Thunder Warriors, whole regiment, Heresy era Marines, Enslavers, Catan Shards, whole battles, Custodian? How is he getting all this? What? How, like genuinely, how is he getting all that? That's nuts.
The 20th simply waiting to see which side the 5th chose.
63 million years?
Yeah, perhaps
makes
none
sense.
Of them were speaking the truth. They were the 5th, the White Scars, Ordu Jaghatai, and they were.
Here's a clone of Loyalist Fulgrim.
He would find the truth for himself.
Time shenanigans, damn.
Ended. The forgotten and underestimated legion in a move synchronized to perfection that would leave even the mighty Gilliman and Dawn jealous, launched the entire legionary fleet.
He's overpowered and a bajillion years old.
The skill was incredible. Finally, after years of serving by their side, Ilya, the Terran outsider, finally saw why Jaghatai and his sons had allowed themselves to be underestimated. And the sight brought her to genuine laughter. The chisel, an instant, tightly formed wedge burst through the Alpha Legion blockade. Their destination, the truth. Jaghatai made his way to Prospero. After days, unnerved, trying to decipher the truth, the White Scars finally arrived, only to find a husk. Pollutants, smog, and a violent storm filled the ruined skies of this once beautiful world of Prospero. Not just the people and the cities, but the planet itself had been annihilated.
Damn.
Jaghatai felt the cold rage. He felt sadness and confusion. He had to know more. He had to know the truth. Jaghatai, with Quinn Shah and his Keshik by his side, descended down to the crumbling burns.
My pronouns are now just he because I'll never be him. That's so true. That's awesome. That's awesome, Goop. I fucking like that one. Awesome. Amber King has a video on Trzin, and it's a really good video. I'll have to check that out, Anthony, sometime, honestly. I'm really liking this, the Amber King video so far. This guy's voice is awesome. I could literally listen to him for, like, forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's got a great voice. Straight up, this guy's a great narrator. Like, I fucking am liking this so far. I can see why he was recommended so heavily, for sure, for sure. Perfect, uncorrupted Fulgrim clone. Got it from Fabius. What the fuck? Dude, this guy is just like, what? His tomb world awoke a lot earlier. He believes, as being immortal, that it's an honor to be added to his collection to be remembered. I guess that makes sense. In his perspective, I guess, you know? And I suppose if you're just in like an ancient being, like you'd get bored. Like it's his collection. It's like his version of like miniatures, you know what I'm saying? Like he's got to collect them. He's got to, you know, he needs all of them. Got to collect them all, you know? It's like collecting Pokemon cards, man. Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you got to get them. I used to collect Yu-Gi-Oh myself. I wasn't really a big Pokemon guy. I was more of a Yu-Gi-Oh guy, personally. Maybe it's a hot take, but... Also means he was collecting shit during the War in Heaven. I won't be amazed if he has an Elder God as well. True, he could be around for fucking... Yeah, if he was around that long, he could really have some powerful shit and could be the most powerful... Theoretically, could be the most powerful being in the galaxy if he could turn that shit. That's interesting. Amber King is dope. Amber King is dope. I'm really fucking liking it so far. Pretty sure he wants Big E too. Dude, the day fucking he gets Big E, that would be insane. Like, what the fuck? He is like us 40k fans of minis. Literally, he is. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, he's literally collecting, like, I think he's the exact analogy of like 40k fans collecting minis. It's him, bro. Like, he's doing it, but like in 40k, like unironically, and he's doing it for real. You know what I'm saying? I think that's awesome. Pokemon on top. Pokemon's cool. I'm not dissing Pokemon. I watched the show. I just never collected the cards. Pokemon's very cool, though. I fuck with Pokemon. I don't know if I fuck with new Pokemon as much, but dude, fucking Soul Silver back in the day, Heart Gold. Fuck. I used to play that shit on the DS all the time. That was the shit back in the day. Let me tell you, that was the shit. All the fucking, I almost want to get a Game Boy, another old Game Boy, dude, just to play the old Pokemon games, because the old classic Pokemon games were so much fucking fun. They were so much fucking fun. I would totally play the old Pokemon games again. You should definitely watch Rabout Gilliman's video of Amber King. It's a very long video, but it stretches from 30k to 40k at Gilliman's Resurrection. We can definitely do that sometime. Again, these longer videos, I love doing these longer videos on stream for you guys. I love the interaction we get. It's awesome to see. Heart Gold, Pokemon Platinum. Nice. Yeah, Platinum was good. Actually, that's not true. I did play Platinum briefly, but my dumbass as a kid lost the fucking game. I lost the little DS. I fucking lost it, dude. I had Platinum and I fucking lost it, so I was down to Soul Silver only. You know? Back in the, you lose the video game back in the day, your parents ain't buying you another one, Fuck, I was so sad. And it sucked. It sucked so much because the DS, right? The DS fucking had internal memory on the game, right? So your DS didn't like fucking store anything. So even if you bought another game, it's not like your fucking progress saved, you know what I mean? Fuck. But no, I used to bring that shit to grade school. We used to have like fucking Pokemon battles and like, because bro, you used to go home and you used to just play Pokemon on your DS, and then you go to school the next day and at recess and shit, you'd fucking load it up and you'd have the cords initially, and then eventually when you got like newer DSs, it was all like Bluetooth. That was the shit, dude. That was the shit. Now the whole video is a parody on British Empire. He specifically is a parody on a British history museum. I see. That makes sense. Game-based save. Yeah, dude. It fucked me hard. It fucked me so hard because but it was also kind of cool though, because unironically, I had some buddies in grade school, we would straight up here, take my game, just don't do anything fucked up on it. Don't delete my save. You know what I mean? Take my game and play it for a little bit, play it for the night, give it back tomorrow. We used to do that all the time. They just exchanged like PlayStation games, DS games, that type of thing, dude. Oh man, that was awesome.
Surface, he'd hoped to find the truth. He'd hoped to find his brother.
Pokemon battles and trades, yeah, dude.
Friend Hasek Noyan Khan. Hands he would soon find were not to be trusted.
Korath, a custodian who was captured and later placed in Tirazin's collection.
Khan stood up again.
Whatever you are not Magnus. You don't even sound like him.
Magnus shrugged.
Believe what you want. Perhaps I am not Magnus.
You're one of the only reactor YouTubers that have taken 40k verse so seriously and with excitement. We are all here for it. I appreciate that a lot, man. Again, it's literally just the case of at the end of the day, man, I'm making content on what I'm interested in, right? That's what I'm doing, right? I make content on what I'm interested in. So far, man, ever since I started getting into 40k initially, I've found it interesting. I've been intrigued with it. When I find something I like, I fucking go into it. You know what I'm saying? I don't fucking nibble at the corners and fucking, oh, that's cool. But I want to fucking know about it. You know what I'm saying? I do deep dives into that shit. So that's why you'll see on my channel, you'll see videos on Stalker 2 or SCP and shit. It's because I find that interesting. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, obviously. A lot of people are here just for the Warhammer content, man. But at the end of the day, I'm going to make videos on what I find interesting. And, I just love that you guys are I have such a great audience that's here to watch along with me on that. You know what I'm saying? That means a lot to me, guys. It really does.
Magnus shrugged.
Believe what you want. Perhaps I am not Magnus. I used to be. That is certain.
King of Manchester's in here. What the fuck?
Myself is not what it was. Part of me dwells
Trazen.
On a barren rock.
Okay, Trazen. That makes sense. Thank you, Papa.
Part of me is here, lingering like a stench of a carrion. I can't quite leave, not yet.
Don't let out would be apocalyptic.
I think something has to happen first. Maybe you are it. Or maybe you were never meant to be here. I favor the latter. You were always unpredictable.
I came to find a friend,
said the Khan distastefully.
Whatever else had happened, I thought I could come to you for counsel.
Magnus looked hurt.
Do not be harsh, Kagan. Only a part of me resides here, slinking in the shadows. The better part is elsewhere, pondering loftier things. Soon, he, or I, or we, will come to a judgment.
What will that be?
I don't know. I really don't.
Really interesting here. The Khan is going there with a heartfelt, like he's going there emotional. He's going there because he's confused and he wants guidance. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting that the Khan he's able to be vulnerable to the right people. You know what I'm saying? He's still willing to show that level of vulnerableness as long as it's somebody that like isn't going to mock him for it. Because like even in his culture, I don't think like they're for mockery. They like battle, but like they also understand like personal feelings and shit like that. And they also understand honor and respect. And in a time like this, where your own brothers, is what you're told, are turning against you, everybody is turning against each other. There's so many mixed messages out there. What do I do? It's very interesting that he is able to still be vulnerable like this and still confide in people, you know? Barbados flag is funny. Yeah, we see it. You seem genuinely interested and we appreciate that. Dude, I appreciate you guys watching. Like, again, the motivation to make content for you guys is at an all-time high. I say this in a lot of my videos a lot of the time. Like, it's true, you know what I'm saying? When you get recommendations for things to watch, when you are interested in something and you have people watching alongside you and giving you recommendations and encouraging you to keep going, you know what I'm saying? It really does mean a lot, and it really does motivate me to, as I say, make more content for you guys. Like, I really can't tell you how much it means to me. The channel's blown up. So I'm not going to say it's massive, right? But the channel's blown up a lot in the last month and a half, man. I was at 100 subs, and now we're at like, I think 746 as of the start of this stream. So, man, it's just awesome to see, and I really can't thank you guys enough for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it truly. Imagine the raw energy that would be unleashed if he unboxed his Kronk. What? Holy shit. Would be a cool model, lore-wise, would be insane, yeah.
He, or I, or we, will come to a judgment.
What will that be?
I don't know. I really don't. Lorgar sends me pleas almost daily, reminding me what Russ did here. He thinks we are kindred spirits. Touching, really.
Magnus paused and stared down at his flickering hands.
Sometimes, though, I still think there might be some way back. I see it as a maze, one in which all I have to do is find the route through. Perhaps the Emperor will forgive. If he survives what I've unleashed, perhaps he will.
Then Magnus's spectral eye flickered up at the Khan again.
But you, Jaghatai, what is your choice?
The Khan shook his head.
We are who we are. No one's slaves.
Magnus laughed.
That's not good enough. You have to choose.
If what you say is true, then the dream is over. It will be each legion alone.
It doesn't work like that.
No, it doesn't.
Corrupted. The Emperor is a tyrant.
True enough.
Then I choose neither.
Wow.
Magnus laughed again, though the sound was bitter.
This thing is like a great dark star, ringed by fire. It will draw you in, bit by bit, until you are orbiting it with the rest of us. Even you do not have shibs fast enough to escape it, Jaghatai. Even your white scars will not get out.
The Khan felt sick from the stink of death and ashes.
Wow.
His blade glittered coldly in the near-perfect dark.
We can outrun anything that lives.
But they do not live.
True.
Not like we do. I do not lie, brother. Choose. We will meet again, either as allies or foes, so you may as well decide now.
The Khan stared down at Magnus, his mind in turmoil.
What have you become?
He asked, no longer able to keep the horror from his voice.
What I was always destined to be,
said Magnus, looking at him sadly.
But you still have a choice, brother.
It's interesting to hear Magnus here in such a like comprehensible light, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not bullshitting the Khan. He's not playing with him, you know what I'm saying? He's being brutally honest. It's like, yeah, you really do have to pick a side. Like, we will meet again one way or the other. We will be allies or friends kind of thing. It's very interesting to see this, you know? This is after Magnus's soul has been broken into shards after the burning of Prospero and Lehman Russ broke his back. WWE style? Holy shit. Did fucking Lehman Russ do a Tower of London on fucking on Magnus and fucking shatter his back? Like, what happened to him? From the fucking top ladder, bro. I love WWE, by the way. We always fucking WWE is the shit. You know? Call it fake if you want, man. It's really not that fake. Like, people call that shit fake because it's like, oh, it's scripted. Okay, sure, but you still have to have insane athletic like ability to be able to do the shit that they do. Like, people think it's easy. It's not easy. Even as a showmanship sport, it's not fucking easy, bro. And the shit that they're doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily fake. You know, when Mark Henry lands on you, that's still fucking 500 pounds of Mark Henry landing on your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck. Kronks would rip a Custodes apart, no diff. They would rip a Primarch apart. Ooh. Dolph Ziggler is the GOAT. Hot take. But no, Ziggler's cool. Ziggler's cool. That's true. Ziggler's cool. It's scripted, not fake. Exactly. It's scripted. It's not fake. It's a showman. It is showmanship. It's like acting, right? But the shit they're doing, their athletic capabilities, you know, that can't be fucking dissed. Like, that's still real. They're still doing that shit. You know, when you see those feats of acrobatics and shit like that, the dude's still doing it. It's not fake. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very, without injuring each other too. Exactly. You have to learn how to roll with that. You have to learn how to take that the right way. You know, when fucking the Undertaker does his finisher on your ass, you know what I'm saying? It's very hard not to snap someone's fucking neck because you can do it very easily if you do it wrong. You know, if you're not trained. Crazy shit, you know. I like the WWE a lot. I pay attention to it. I played what was it, WWE 2K15 back in the day, and then recently I got the new one, 2K24 or 25. I have to check, but I got the new one. I fucking love it. I love WWE, man.
Looking at him sadly.
But you still have a choice, brother.
They're masters of the craft, exactly. And dude, I'm not gonna splurge on WWE. That's not what the stream is about. The stream is not a WWE stream. But bro, again, like watching their podcasts and shit, like they have such likable personalities. They seem like such great dudes, you know, behind the scenes. A lot of them really did get fucked over, and a lot of them just did it. Like, a lot of them obviously did steroids and shit like that. And, like, the ones that just admit to that, I can understand it, bro. You had to be in peak physical form. I'm not saying, like, that's the way to do it. Absolutely not. It is cheating to a degree. But, bro, Vince McNeil at the time, fucking the whole McNeil family, they really did fuck them over for the longest time. Obviously, nowadays, WWE stream, bro, I wish, but they would sue my ass for everything I own. Could you imagine? Bro, that shit's pay-per-view. They would fucking kill me. They would own me, dude. Undertaker's such a nice guy. I love The Undertaker. I watch his podcast all the time. 6 Feet Under. 6 Feet Under is fucking awesome. It's an awesome podcast. He actually had Donald Trump. He interviewed Donald Trump on there back when he was running for doing his campaigns, actually. It was very interesting. Very interesting. I watch 6 Feet Under all the time. It's a great podcast. Randy Orton also. Vince McMahon. Sorry. McMahon. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I fucked up. McMahon. Yes, the McMahon family. You're correct. It's been a while. Randy Orton's great. He's a fucking goat, dude. Honestly, a very, 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 he's not lesser known at all, dude, but fucking Goldust, man. Goldust, unironically, is so fucking funny. All the skits he was a part of, all the shit he did, Goldust is fucking awesome, man. He's basically like the WWE's version of like fucking Deadpool is basically what I kin him to. Fucking, he's so fucking hilarious, bro. If you guys haven't seen like any clips of fucking Goldust, go look up clips of Goldust. He's awesome.
Voice.
What I was always destined to be,
said Magnus.
I am enjoying the video. It's a great video so far.
But you still have a choice, brother. Make the right one.
Sorry to splurge about WWE there for a while. Holy shit.
Enough, brother.
Magnus laughed.
Goldust the goat? He is the goat, bro.
You don't want to know? That's always been your weakness. I know it all now. I could tell you the Emperor's name, and it would surprise
W. Goldust, bro. Again, I love Goldust.
Fates decreed Fulgrim to be sent to Chogoris, and you...
Okay, bro, so we're gonna have to back this up a little bit, because now we're talking about WWE. Sting taking off a Sting mask was my favorite reoccurring bit. Bro, I'm trying to think, fucking, what was it? It was one of their older shows. It had fucking, what was it? It was Triple H versus, I forget his name. Was it Mankind? I can't remember. I don't think it was Mankind. Fuck, I forget the name. I forget the dude's name now. It was Triple H versus somebody. One of their old 80s, 90s WWF shows. Bro, back in those days, I fucking love those older shows so much. The new ones are great too. The new ones are fantastic, especially the 2015, the Attitude Era. Holy shit, the Attitude Era. That's when I got into WWE proper. That shit was fantastic, bro. Oh my god. Wow. Saddest line incoming. Bros, I'm not trying to pause it. I'm sorry. I'm just, you got me on that tangent now.
I know it all now. I could tell you the Emperor's name, and it would surprise you. I could tell you that the Fates decreed Fulgrim to be sent to Chogoris, and you to Chemos. And I could tell you which arcane force in the universe prevented it.
He took a step, then another towards the
Razor Ramon, hell yeah.
Do you wish to know where you will die, Kargan? Do you wish to know on what world and in which dimension your soul will find its ending?
These things are not known.
All is known.
The Khan looked at him warily.
You told me I had a choice. My fate, all fate is still to be written.
Magnus grinned. His eyes seemed to be weeping, though it was hard to tell if it was tears or blood.
Stories may
lock in, I'm locked in.
Endings never change. Believe me, I have witnessed the authors.
He shuddered.
They are terrible.
He whispered, by now only inches away from the sword.
I have what I came for, brother,
said the Khan.
You can only give me one piece of knowledge that I truly desire.
Magnus inclined his head.
And what is that?
How to restore you.
Magnus stared.
Wow.
For a moment, he looked truly bewildered, as if he had expected mockery and received sincerity. Or perhaps the other way round. He looked down at his hands, then around at the devastation of his kingdom. Misery mingled with confusion.
I am corrupted,
he whispered, as if realizing it all over again.
Restore me, and I shall become a lord again. I shall be the Crimson King, free to rule over a world of spells and vengeance. The galaxy may live to rue that.
You are my friend,
said the Khan quietly.
Damn.
Magnus looked at him, and for a moment, just a moment, the old dignity was there, etched upon a ravaged face and glimmering in the dark.
Then, I judge you know what to do.
The Khan nodded and pulled his sword round for the strike. Slivers of witchlight skittered along the ruined wound steel.
Until we meet on the starlight,
he promised.
Sooner than you might think,
said Magnus, making no effort to evade the blow. The Khan swung, and the dowel glittered through the air. When it hit Magnus's outline, the ghostly shell shattered, spilling into 1,000 pieces like broken glass. A wild crack ran out, a steely snap, followed by a shriek like a child's cry. The dust around him billowed up in a cloud, swirling and writhing. The Khan was momentarily blinded and staggered back.
Wow. So Magnus just fucking gave himself there. He knew he was corrupted and he gave himself up. He took it, you know what I'm saying? He knew what he had done. And he knew that he was losing and he gave up in a sense. How can I restore you? The Khan asked him, and he, you know, you can't, you know what I mean? I've already done too much. Wow. That's fucking brutal, I'm not gonna lie. What a fucking, that's awful heart-wrenching, you know? Because he is just coming to him as a friend, not as an enemy, but as a friend. And he's trying to seek redemption on his behalf. That's very moving, I'm not gonna lie. Wow. God damn. I'm not crying, it's just raining, yeah. Pretty much. It's made me cry at work on a forklift while listening. Damn, dude. You gotta, you know, forklifts require a lot of attention, you know? I actually never got my forklift cert, not gonna lie. I was actually on the ball to get it, but I never actually ended up getting it. This was a painful scene, guys, I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of rough to hear, damn. Wow. Magnus basically told him, look, bro, I'm corrupted. If you put me together, I'll be alive, but I'll be a monster of vengeance. If that's what you want, help me out. If not, you know what to do. Yeah, pretty much, eh? He literally just straight up told him, like, bro, you can have me around, but I'm not going to be who you knew me as. You know what I'm saying? I've done too much. I'm too lost. And he already knew that at that point, and that's why he didn't even evade it, you know? Wow. Oh, wow, you actually got it on your own? Most reactors don't? What do you mean most reactors don't? God damn. Most reactors don't understand that that's what happened there. Like, he just fucking gave himself to the Khan there, you know? Because he wasn't seeking redemption. He went there and he wasn't seeking redemption, necessarily. But he was willing to take a way out if the Khan was willing to provide him one, you know? I think that's a fair way to put it. And I think also them being friends, them having that moment together beforehand, you know, like the Khan is somebody that you guys, not you guys, but even the Primarchs could trust, right? He was a good friend to all of them, from what we saw. Like his friends, he was very good to. His enemies, he's very fucking cold with, you know what I'm saying? He'll dispatch them very easily. But goddamn, and I think that's why Magnus allowed the Khan to put him out like that, because it was just, you know, they had that trust for each other. It was actually like mutual respect between them in a sense. I'm here for it, but I'm here for it, but the most emotional bit interspliced with WWE commentary is peak. Bro, you gotta get that WWE commentary in there, you know? Gotta have some light moments, you know what I'm saying? A lot of heart-wrenching moments in the WWE too, but you gotta bring that lightness back, you know what I'm saying? We can't all be crying here together, you know? This hurts, man. The relationship was great. Yeah, they sound like really good friends. They sound like they actually trust each other, had a really great bond with each other. And that's why, like, I don't think Magnus, if like Sanguinius showed up and said that to him, I don't think Sanguinius would have the same luck just putting them down like that. Like, I don't think Magnus would allow that. But I think only with the Khan, somebody willing to show that respect back, would that be something possible, like something that would happen, you know? Magnus did nothing wrong. Well, I don't know about that. Imagine this story from Magnus's point of view. This is just where they intersect. That's fair. Also, yeah, most reactors miss a bunch of stuff. You're actually such a relief when it comes to understanding what's happening. I try to understand what's happening for the most part. I like to think I'm not like completely lost to a lot of concepts in like sci-fi and like in general. You know, I pay attention to a lot of shit when I watch it. Again, when I find something interesting, guys, I write it down. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a good indication of if I'm finding something entertaining, especially if it's a lore video, is if I'm writing it down. It means I want to retain that knowledge. You know what I'm saying? My memory is not the best, I'll be completely honest, but by writing stuff down, you know, writing it down is retention in a sense for me. So it makes it easier. So yeah, man. Sanguinius had a lot of sad moments too. Gotta need that WWE intermission. Dude, the WWE intermission's great. Fuck. Like, I live for that shit. Honestly, we should just react to some WWE videos sometimes. Like, honestly, if you guys are down for that, I'll totally start making fucking videos on WWE. Like, I'll do it. Unironically. Next stream when? Wow, shit. It's a good question. When do you guys want it? I'm down to keep streaming. If you guys enjoy the streams, guys, I'll do it more.
The easy thing. An apparition. A shard. A broken piece of a whole that was once his friend. Was all that remained of Magnus. Just as Prospero had been burned to ashes, ravaged and broken, so had the Thousand Sons and their Primarch. Roaming through the wreckage of Prospero, with Quinn Shah and his Keshik, Jaghatai found himself set upon by strange ethereal monsters. And in the confusion he was separated, falling deep into the tunnel systems built below the crumbling city of Tizca, finding a ghost of what was or is Magnus. The sight broke him. He had come to find a friend, but only found the husk of the brother he had respected and even loved. The Shard of Magnus told him that time had run out, that he had to choose. He'd always run away, relying on his speed to outrun his problems, but this war would find him and his sons. He had to choose a side. With all the cards on the table, with the Shard's wisdom, the truth was out. The Emperor had lied. Yaksha, demons were real, and Jaghatai had to make a choice. But what kind of choice was it? The words rang in his head. Horus is corrupted. The Emperor is a tyrant. Foul entities of the warp had corrupted the brother he loved, Horus, but he would be accepted by them. A life of unending conquest awaited him and his sons, but humanity would suffer. The Emperor is a tyrant, one who lies to his people, crushing thousands of worlds under the guise of compliance.
I have to say, the internal conflict between between Jaghatai Khan's two views here, like the internal conflict is very interesting that he gets, because unlike Angron, for example, Angron despises the Emperor because he basically took him away from his destiny. He took him away from his fate. He didn't give him a choice. He just wanted to not be a slave, and he feels like his choice was taken from him. Okay, fair enough, right? With Jaghatai, he spent his early life getting rid of despots, you know what I mean? Getting rid of emperors. So to see that he now has to forcibly serve an emperor for a conquest that he doesn't believe in, but the other alternative to that is just suffering en masse. I can totally see how, as a character, he's so broken up about it, because it's like, what do? You have a choice to make, but no choice is the right one here in his eyes, because he's either fighting for something that breaks his beliefs entirely, or he's fighting just for the pure principle of emperors are tyrants, and I want to depose that emperor. Neither choice is good, you know what I'm saying? Angron has a one-dimensional view. Exactly. Jaghatai is actually looking at this from the greater picture, and he's taking his past experiences, but also what he now knows of the immaterium and the materium itself, right? And he's using that to kind of guide his hand on what he does here, I think, in a sense. It's very interesting. I didn't ever care for Magnus, so the scene didn't make me feel any type of way. That's fair. Has anyone here ever heard of Trench Crusader? I was actually thinking about looking up Trench Crusader at some point, watching a video on it. It actually sounds kind of interesting, I'm not going to lie. I don't know any of the lore based on it necessarily. I know the general idea of what it's about, but I've never actually seen anything on it yet. So I was actually thinking about looking at it. WWE would be dope. Yeah, sure. Honestly, I'll fucking do some WWE reactions sometime. Do you remember when Vince McMahon challenged God to a fight? Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, hard to have more dimensions when those nails butchered who he was supposed to be. That is true. The nails really did change him on a massive scale, you know? And especially over time, they really took his effect on him. Really took their effect on him. The lore is somehow darker than 40k. God damn.
The Emperor is a tyrant, one who lies to his people, crushing thousands of worlds under the guise of compliance. The Imperium looked down upon him and his sons, but there was a future for humanity under the Imperium. So I fight for a father who I never loved, against a brother that I did. I defend an empire that never wanted me, against an army that would have taken me in a heartbeat. Jaghatai made his choice. Putting the Shard of Magnus to rest, and escaping out of the depths, he reunited with Quinn Shah and his remaining Keshik, who had rescued one lone survivor from the ruins of Prospero, Reviel Arvida, a psyche of immense power. But as they prepared to return to their vessel, the storm-riddled skies darkened. A teleportation circle erupted before them as Mortarion, Primarch of the Death Guard, emerged, surrounded by his Death Shroud Guard. The sight of the pale, sickly thing, whose rebreather rattled like death's music, was a...
So I guess that was some obvious foreshadowing from what we saw before. Oh yeah, shame we'll never have to fight each other, brother. Like, clearly they're gonna fucking... Like, Mortarion's coming for that ass, you know what I'm saying? Like, he wants that ass. He's coming for it, you know? I could see this. This was some total foreshadowing. I didn't really, like, piece it together that maybe he would be fighting. I knew that Mortarion obviously was a traitor Primarch, but totally makes sense that they would be duking it out here. That makes sense, absolutely. Non-butcher nails, Aegron would be insane. It probably would be. Aegron without the nails, when he still had his right of mind, he sounded like a decent enough guy. He just was handed like a shitty circumstance, that's all. But man, with the nails, no. No. Loose cannon. He can't be trusted, simple as, you know?
Surrounded by his Death Shroud Guard, the sight of the pale, sickly thing, whose rebreather rattled like death's music, was a sight that would fill any mortal with reverence and dread. The brother who he had last seen above Ulanor, the one who, like him, had been assigned to the outskirts of the Great Crusade, forgotten, misunderstood. Mortarion began to speak, to offer his brother the chance to join Horus, destroy the Emperor who lies. Oh, and he hated the lies, didn't he? He offered a galaxy of warriors, a galaxy of hunters, where the strong are given their freedom. A galaxy in which there is no dead hand at the tiller, constraining them, lying to them. Besides, half of his legion had already been turned, so it was only a matter of time. But Jaghatai stopped him. He had seen through him, his mysterious brother. He had campaigned against the Psyker, only to now find himself in collusion with them, legions embracing the warp. He was not here because of brotherhood. He was here because he had no more allies. The Death Guard, the slow, indestructible anvil, with the white scars, the perfect, swift hammer, they would be unstoppable together.
That's
and
fair.
When the Emperor and Horus were gone, there could be space for a new Emperor. Jaghatai felt nothing but disgust with this selfish betrayal.
I could see that.
And he would not be dragged down with them.
Yeah, I don't imagine, like, Mortarion went there with the expectation that Jaghatai was going to say yes to that. Like, that's kind of nuts to expect that he was just going to be, like, on board with that type of shit, you know? Kind of wild to me. World War Armageddon, Trench Crusade lore broke down would be awesome to check out. I can definitely check that out sometime. Here, let me write that down, actually. World War Armageddon. Mortarion will stir you up like a bowl of chili. Yeah. Non-Nails Aegron would be like TF2 Doc healing his boys as soon as they get wounded. Healer Primarch sounds like a crazy cool concept. Man, if anything is on the same level as a TF2 Doc, yeah, that would be pretty OP, you know what I'm saying? I am bulletproof! You know, fucking, yeah. That would be insane. You've been closer to a D&D paladin. That's fair. Neutral third faction. That, like, honestly, it makes me wonder why, like, one of the legions, like, didn't just break off and, like, start their own faction entirely. You would have thought, like, if anywhere humanity was going to break off, it would have been here, like, where a third faction would have arisen. One not necessarily aligned with the Emperor, but one not necessarily aligned with Horus either, you know?
Selfish betrayal, and he would not be dragged down with them. They had chosen to collude with foul entities of the warp. They were fools. And besides, long ago, the oath had already been made. Mortarian's sickle crackled into life. The two sides clashed. The slow but yet resilient Mortarian versus the lightning-fast Kagan. It was like a battle between gods. Jaghatai's blinding speed and dancing strikes began to tally wounds. The Khan laughed. Wielding his blade again freely felt good. Going up against a fellow Primarch was a kind of test he had missed for too long. But for the first time in his life, Jaghatai felt tiredness. Mortarian stood bloodied. Dozens of wounds covered him, but the few that he had landed on Jaghatai were punishing, toxin-laden gashes. A stalemate had been reached. Mortarian, enraged and bitter, began to retreat. The Death Lord pledged that this wound between them was not over, and that one of them would die at the other's hands. With the help of the Thousand-Son Rivial Arvida, Jaghatai, Quinn Shah, and the remaining Keshig teleported back onto their flagship, only to find utter chaos. The warrior lodges, that secretive organization that had festered for decades amongst the legions, had risen up, declaring themselves for Horus, for the War Master, for the universe of warriors and hunters. Thousands of the Terrans and Chagorians, either by...
So this is like on the ship, this is everywhere. So the warrior lodges really did infest every facet of, like, Space Marine lifestyle, in a sense. Like, they were kind of everywhere. So, goddamn, you know what I mean? Like, he warps back, and it's like, yeah, by the way, some of our own boys are going traitor as well, and it's just happening now. Holy shit. Gulliman Independent Ultramar, yeah. Some of the Fallen were like that. Oh, were some of the Fallen like that? Damn. I don't actually know much about the Fallen. But if they did actually kind of like break off, start their third thing, that's kind of interesting. I'd have to check that out. Wonder what happened to the 2nd and 11th? Interesting. That's a fair point. Renegade Marine chapters. Do you plan to do the rest of Warhammer's best quote vids? Yeah, if there's enough support on those videos, absolutely. Looks like there is. A lot of people, you know, one of recently the most watched videos on the channel. So a lot of people are supporting that video. So I think, yeah, I'll definitely have to make a part 2 of that for sure, for sure. Like Heroes, Herpes, yeah, same thing, right? Oops.
Warriors and hunters, thousands of the Terrans and Chagorians, either by resentment for their forced conversion into the Chagorian way of life, or simply convinced.
Do it, yeah, of course you want me to, Papa. Yeah, I got you guys, yeah. Again, if you guys like it, yeah, absolutely. Do more of that.
Khan, a man who had been with Jaghatai
Chris is the go. I did like his voice lines a lot.
Tried to force the Legion's hand, force them into the future of warriors and hunters.
Sim for Chris here.
Jaghatai, seeing the carnage of the 5th Legion's civil strife. Brothers slaying brothers. Striding through the middle of the bloodbath, the fighting began to die down. As Jaghatai roared his disgust at his friend's betrayal, he plunged his Dao sword deep into the panicking Hasik's torso, declaring this coup over. Humbled and shamed, the traitors were escorted to the brigs as Jaghatai and the 5th prepared for war.
It's kind of nuts, so they had to deal with their own little rebellion on their own time there.
A man who he had spent centuries with was a bitter snag at the heart of Jaghatai. Though some
it's all because of those fucking warrior lodges, man. They're getting in there, they're spreading their little chaotic ideas amongst everyone. Sleeper cells is basically what those were.
centuries with was a bitter snag at the heart of Jaghatai, though some relief came as he was finally reunited with Yasugai. 7 years the Kagan had been deprived of his chief Stormseer, his closest advisor, his friend, locked within the disaster that had been the Council of Nikeah and the subsequent warp storms around Chondax. The traitors were dealt with. Hasek
demoted to a simple alt account.
Away. They all deserved death, but it was Yasugai who counseled that the previous Warrior Lodge members, the Terrans and Chagorans, be offered a route to redemption. They were charged with the crime of being fools as well as traitors, not truly knowing the extent to which the War Master Horus had fallen. It was due in part to the bravery of such men as Shiban Khan, who had held long enough for Jaghatai to end the civil conflict.
Interesting.
The Magyar Mazan, death squads, a road to redemption was offered, for in this coming war they would need every able-bodied warrior. The Horus heresy had truly begun. 9 legions had betrayed the Emperor of Mankind, declaring their loyalty to the War Master Horus. 3 loyalist legions, the Salamanders, the Raven Guard and Iron Hands, were almost entirely wiped. The remaining 6 loyalists either scattered or divided as war and violent warp storms ravaged the galaxy. What began was the most brutal war in human history. Billions of innocents would die, legionaries slaughtering each other, worlds burning. Again the words burned in Jaghatai's mind. Never had so few been given so much power. It was a mistake. And
that's true.
Emperor's mistake.
Very true.
One caused when his father believed the lie. The lie that tells you can put up walls and you will be safe. Jaghatai, Yasugai, Quin Shah, Ilya, Shiban, Jubal, and Reviel Ardor of the Thousand Suns began to enact their wrath upon the traitor legions. The fingers of the 5th Legion branched off, enacting their grip across light years of real space. With lightning fast hit-and-run tactics, isolated traitor fleets would be destroyed, supply lines harassed, equipment sabotaged, each small piece adding up to a delay. Time for the Imperial forces at Terra to fortify. They all knew that the palace would be where this would end. Years of non-stop, brutal warfare consumed humanity, but its cost to Jaghatai and the White Scars was more than just their brothers' lives. The soul of the Legion was dying. The heresy was changing them. They were...
I feel like the soul of every legion at this time would be dying. I feel like it wouldn't just be the White Scars, to be fair. Like, technically everything that's bound humanity together at this point is essentially cast asunder at this point, you know what I'm saying? Like, they really don't have anything besides the Emperor alone holding them together. But Horus is obviously the new Emperor in a sense, right? And again, a lot of Imperium worlds would have just sided with Horus and those legions right up, you know, especially if they were conquered by those legions. So this is a pretty fucking, like, again, what, like 7 to 9 years is about what it took to complete. But I think everybody knew that it would be ended outside of Terra for sure, or at least on Terra.
White Scars was more than just their brothers' lives. The soul of the Legion was dying. The heresy was changing them. They were fighting men who they had once served with, men who they had bled with.
Bro got his own kamikaze troops now.
Their own brothers in brutal legionary upon legionary duels. Jaghatai and the 5th had come from a world where the beauty and adrenaline pumping, life-affirming combat was something they lived for. Hunting Xenos across the stars, feeling the wind rush on their face, the freedom and joy of the plains taken to the stars. But there was no more joyous laughing, no more whooping cries, no more cheek-to-cheek smiles, just brutal human slaughter. members such as Shiban Khan, encouraged by his Primarch's ethos of the noble pursuits, found he had nothing to celebrate, nothing noble to express. Killing was one thing. They had been bred to do that. But inflicting pain, hurting their enemies, this war had changed them. Jaghatai had not brought his people to the stars for this. Their enemies had changed too, taken over by worship to the Yaksha. Their corruption manifested physically, a sobering reminder of a path Jaghatai could have gone down if his love for horrors had eclipsed his sense.
That's true. And I feel like at the point where like you start seeing the physical deformation of like the Astartes that went traitor, nothing would be a more telling sign to you that you made the right choice. You know what I'm saying? Like that would fuck you up seeing that for sure, for sure. Basically the Legion of Doom round circle. Not sure if you know much about him, but you should look into Lord Commander Dante. Poor dude is old as fuck and just wants to die, but no one will let him. Yeah, I think I kind of got that sense. There were some lines from Dante in Totally RP's video there. It seemed like he's a very, very troubled guy, I'll be completely honest with you. Definitely got that sense from him. I don't know, they don't give that Primarch aura. Beard is very important.
4 years of no rest. Nearly 1/3 of Jaghatai's sons were dead. Then the worst news of all came. In a confrontation with Eidolon of the Emperor's children, Quinn Shah was dead. His body recovered in thanks to the efforts of Reviel Arvida, a debt the Legion could never repay, with his friend's broken helm in his hands. As Quinn Shah's body was cast into the void of space, returned to the universe, as was the Chagoran way, Jaghatai felt the grief wash over him. Chagorians knew that to die in battle was a glorious end they all desired, but this was tainted in a way. Jaghatai assembled the Kurultai, a place for all to speak. All of them, Jaghatai, Yasugai, Ilya, Shiban, Jubal, and Arvida, with Quinn Shah's death still in their hearts, debated on the Legion's next move. The walls were closing in. The traitors had them in a noose.
Damn.
They had adapted to the Fifth's tactics, and now it was costing them. Half wanted to make a final stand, bearing the weight of melancholic soldiers hoping to die.
And I was gonna say, like, you would think that after fighting the Fifth for so long, like fighting the White Scars for so long, you would definitely get on to their tactics after a certain amount of time for sure. I feel like it wouldn't take long at all to like for Astartes to start countering other Astartes, if that makes sense. Like I feel like it would not take much time.
Its tactics, and now it was costing them. Half wanted to make a final stand, bearing the weight of melancholic soldiers hoping to die a good death. But Yasugai and Ilya urged them to find a way to Terra. They could still fight. Jaghatai made his decision. The oath had been made. The White Scars would stand on Terra. The 5th Legion assembled everything they had and headed towards their last gambit. The location of a powerful navigator who could guide them through the warp storms, terrorizing the galaxy. But the journey would not be smooth. Mortarion, the wound created on Prospero, had reopened. With the Death Guard Legion and a force of Emperor's children, the brothers prepared to face each other once again. Only hatred and disgust left between them.
The Horus Heresy. Dante is like 1500 years old, and until recently held back the red thirst so he continued to physically age. He could have drank human blood to revitalize, but refused to do so. Damn. Until his personal servant slit his own wrists and basically forced him to drink blood at the defense of Baal. Fuck. That sounds awful. I hate this moment. Big sad moment coming up. Damn. Also, next scene is a bit confusing, but let's see if you get it on your own. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Challenge time. Let's see.
Can you not see the sorrow in someone's tearful eyes? Or see the dread in someone's weary frown? Can you not see the fear when someone's telling lies? Can you not see that each poor soul has a heavy cross to bear? One which we hope will never come our way. Perhaps the onus is on us to show them that we care and lift their spirits and take away dismay.
The command locate Yasugai died on his lips, with a synchronicity that could not have been.
They're talking about onus, so they're talking about the responsibility of something. I'm not too sure if I got that line entirely, but they're talking about the responsibility of something. But yo, somebody let me know what that means for sure, because I didn't get that one entirely.
Locate Yasugai died on his lips, with a synchronicity that could not have been random. The Stormseer's mind voice was suddenly there, though racked with agony.
In the beginning, I was Shinaz,
Yasugai said, managing to convey some kind of broken humor amid the pain.
Remember that? You named me. Do not do it.
The Khan murmured, his mind racing, guessing at last what had happened. The machinery, the underpalace, the absence of his father from the war. With sudden, terrible clarity, the pieces fell into order.
This is my command. Do not do it. The deep ways are perilous, and Yaksha will thrive in it. You are their protector.
The Khan was moving then, striding down from the command throne. The teleporters might have been usable, even now.
Jaghatai, this will end you. Do not do it. Return to the ship. No. That I would have followed you to the end, my lord. I would have stood beside you on Terra. When I am gone, do not let them forget. Do not let them become what is hateful. Come back. You are their protector.
Then he was gone, wrenched out of existence. Jaghatai staggered, slipping to one knee. The world seemed to sway, knocked from its axis. He looked up, and the entire bridge was tilting, falling. Ilya was screaming. The Prosperine saucer was crying aloud. The warriors of the Magyar Mazan were looking out into the void, ushering in the final battle. His legion was dying, thrust at last into the forged fire of war, out of space, out of time.
I still need you.
The Khan cast his head back, his imperious reserve broken open. He clenched his fist to the heavens and howled out his rage and his grief. And for a sparse moment, there were no more sounds, no more thoughts, only the black thunder of a Primarch's mortal fury.
Gargan!
He called out, as if waking from a nightmare-plagued sleep. The Khan stood and turned towards him.
This is it,
Arvidas said.
The path of heaven. He has opened it. There will never be another chance.
The Khan was sluggish, his mind elsewhere. The rest of the bridge crew recovered themselves, restoring systems that had been primed for imminent attack. Out across the Aether-racked vacuum, the enemy was similarly recovering.
My lord, we must take it.
Arvida was conscious of the danger. The change.
Yeah, Kusha is Chorgan for demon, by the way. Damn, that's kind of nuts. Warp entity Trudeau. Pretty much. So, yeah, was he getting consumed by the warp in a sense? And he's like basically what allowed them. Because it seems like they were trapped there. So is he opening up like a way for them to escape back to Terra? Is that what this is? Like he sacrificed himself in that sense to do this?
Take it.
Because they did have
Arvidar was
latent
conscious of the danger.
psyker abilities,
the
right?
change still poured at him, prowling around the edges of his self, watching for any weakness. The portal was the warp in its rawest, deepest form. It would be murderous, but it had to be attempted.
You saw no victory.
I did not.
The Primarch stared at the recovering scanner screens, at the enemy fleet that was bearing down on them again, barely halted by the tumult across the fabric of space.
A choice remains.
Ilya burst between them. The trails of angry tears were wet on her cheeks.
There is no choice.
She hissed, her eyes flashing with anger.
He did this. Honor him. Take the path.
Still, he hesitated. The battleships were turning back towards them. Last cannon has started up again.
It would be such a
across the
waste not to
warp-lit
take that
abyss.
opportunity.
The Endurance had carved its way into
Especially
the
if he's already dead to do it for you.
anything
Like, you
dared
kind of
to
have to
block
take it
its
at that
passage.
point, right?
It
Like,
was on
come
the
on.
edge of sight now, unmagnified, colossal. Its coming marked the spoliation and heralded by despair. Only one ship could hope to stand against it. If the Legion turned now, if the order were given, then the retreat would be a bloodbath. Something needed to hold the line.
I have to face him,
The Khan said quietly.
You do not.
Raged Ilya, her grief making her wild.
Lord, if you fight him, the chance will be gone.
Urged Arvidar.
There will be other days.
Not for Jaghatai!
Roared the Khan, suddenly bursting
Damn.
into fury.
Not for Shah. My warriors have died for me this day, and every day since my whoreson brother ignited this treachery. I have watched them die year by year, their strength taken from them. No further. I will slay him if I do nothing else.
Arvidar waited for the tirade to subside. To withstand the rage of an emperor's son, even one cast into doubt by grief, was no trivial feat. Yet he never moved away.
Interesting that he's letting, like, even being a strategic genius like he is, he's letting himself be overtaken by emotion here still, is what I'm seeing. He's definitely succumbing to it, and it's getting the better of him, is what it looks like here. At least that's what I'm noticing. Forces of Hell are blocking warp travel from the weaker navigators. Yeah, so he basically just sacrificed himself to get that portal open. Or to make warp travel possible, at least. Basically, there was a smaller secret Golden Throne-like device called the Glass Throne where they were. Targu sacrificed himself to open it up to Terra. This is like Jaghatai's third friend who dies. Yeah, he has suffered a lot of loss, to be fair. Like, a lot of close personal loss. But, like, again, man, you're at war, like, and you can't let that cloud your judgment, especially if they're making sacrifices on your behalf, you know? Like, that's rough.
The way is clear. I can guide us if you let me.
He paused, breathing hard, knowing the peril. The rift was already beginning to close, its edges falling away back into real space as Yasugai's soul was consumed.
Our destiny is on Terra. Your destiny is on Terra.
A tense silence fell across the bridge, broken only by the sounds of battle preparation from the decks below. Ilya waited, desperate, her face white. Torgun and the other Magyar Mazan waited, still armed, making no move. Arvidar waited. The Council of Stormseers waited, as did Jubal and the assembled Keshik. The Primarch looked out onto the onrush of the enemy. His hand strayed to the hilt of his Tolwa.
Press has to pay respect, truly.
He said nothing. No one moved. The maelstrom churned, sucking matter into its ravening jaws. The Death Guard came into lance range, and the first tracks of the macro cannon blast appeared on the
F's in chat, guys. F's in
The
chat.
Khan did not look
Here's
at
a real one.
Arvidar. He did not look at
Taigu.
Ilya, nor at Namihai,
Jaghatai?
nor Jubal.
Jaghatai?
Eventually,
Is that his name?
he
Am I pronouncing that
turned to
right?
Taban.
Order all ships into the rift. Full burn.
He said, and his gaze
Thank
strayed
God.
to the real viewports, to where Mortarian's flagship loomed ever larger, a silhouette of decay against the tempest of the warp. The truth will come out. You won't be able to hold the blindfold in place, and once it slips, the fury of those you deceived will be limitless. Yasugai, his oldest friend, his soldier on Chogoris, his storm seer, his compass for his people's way of life, surrounded on all sides as the fleet was being ripped apart. Yasugai sacrificed his life, emulating his own body to open a rift into the webway, that ancient pathway, crafted in a time before humanity was primordial soup.
Wow.
Finding the last of his strength, the man, Jaghatai Yasuge, bade farewell to his closest friends, Ilya, Arvida, and his Kagan, Jaghatai. He entrusted Jaghatai to protect the Legion, to save them from the hatred and melancholy that was eroding them, and to stand on Terra to defend humanity. The webway opened as Yasugai's soul left this universe. The Legion began to barrel into the rift, but they were set upon. Mortarion was gunning for his brother. Jaghatai wanted to fight. The cold rage began bubbling. How many friends had he lost? How many sons have spilled their blood? How
I'm assuming
sacrificed?
I'm assuming that Mortarion would definitely be able to follow him through this warp portal. You know what I'm saying? Interesting that he didn't, or at least that they didn't take advantage of the portal opening and just like steal it for themselves. You know, I'd assume it'd be a mad rush. Whoever can get to that first, you know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn. He didn't even see him since the council in Ikea, and he's gone already? Ouch, yeah. Fuck.
How could he let that go unavenged? But Ilya's words reached him. He couldn't let the sacrifice of all of them, Yasugai, Quinn Shah, and all the others be in vain. The White Scars powered towards the portal. The Magyar Mazan, the death squads who had once betrayed their Kagan, earned their redemption, using their lives to buy time for the others to escape. The guilt of letting more of his sons die for him burned in Jaghatai, but the Magyar Mazan were smiling, rediscovering their love of battle as they threw themselves upon the Death Lord Mortarion.
Damn.
The White Scars raced through the webway, only to be set upon by their enemy's last attack. The Yakshar, demons of the Chaos God Slanesh, tore through. Their disgusting, pale, emaciated, accentuated, twisted forms, the embodiment of depravity. Led by a singular, enormous beast, a greater demon, a keeper of secrets. The creatures of Chagorian myth and nightmare, the entities the Emperor had Malkador claimed were lies, stood before them. Yet these waking nightmares did
Again,
not
very
find
silly to claim that that's a
little
lie.
Humans before them. They found a force who had been battered, bloodied, and honed by centuries of war and a near decade of civil conflict. Jaghatai and the White Scars had suffered enough, and they unleashed themselves upon the Yakshar. No fear was in any of their hearts as they screamed high Chagoris and for the Kagan. Shiban, Jubal, and the others barreled into the Slaneshi demons, and Jaghatai faced the Keeper of Secrets, the greater demon. The duel was a mind-numbing blur, the speed of both of them impossible to follow. Jaghatai began to decimate the strange humanoid, chitinous form, but taking equally painful, goring wounds. Breaking his sword upon the sentient nightmare, Jaghatai switched to his bare hands, unleashing the cold rage that had terrified even orcs long ago. He screamed.
Interesting, like, thing here. You think that they would, do you think they would go into battle with more than one sword, for instance, you know? Like, obviously one can break, you can lose it, whatever have you, right? You think they would keep like 2 or 3 of those motherfuckers on them, just stashed away, you know? Fucking pull one out if it breaks or if you lose it or something, you know? You wouldn't want to catch me out there with my bare hands fighting a greater demon, goddamn. Although I'm sure this guy is probably going to accomplish it. Like, Jaghatai seems pretty goated, I'm not going to lie. Like,
Jaghatai switched to his bare hands, unleashing the cold rage that had terrified even orcs long ago. He screamed in the Yakshar's face. There is nowhere left to hide. We know you now. We shall hunt you in every plane of reality. We shall cleanse the void, and then we shall cleanse the warp. And then, with his bare hands, he tore the demon's heart from his chest, roaring,
holy shit,
for the Emperor.
Christ.
The white scars had survived.
He just bare-fisted a demon's fucking heart out?
Since the
Holy shit,
had
man.
started. They had lost many friends and brothers, but finally the Legion limped to terror. The oath.
Keeping extra weight on a white scar, you trying to slow us down? No, not trying to slow you down. Just trying to give you extra options, you know? Like, with the immense speed that you're going, you know, your sword might fly off in that rush, you know? And, you know, it wouldn't be much effective to, you know, fight a battle without a weapon, you know? I think, you know, I don't think that would slow you down too much, you know? I think it would just give you more options, let's say.
The Legion limped to terror. The oath had been made, and now it had been honored. And his friends and sons had bought it with their blood. Even as an
don't understand the min-max, exactly.
Jaghatai had ignored his calls for aid.
It's all about min-maxing.
Years ago, couldn't stop him from bringing his legion where they were destined to be. Reuniting with Sanguinius, Rogel Dawn, Leman Russ, and Malkador, Jaghatai and his men found a moment to gather themselves, to heal from the hell that they had been through. It was also a time to ponder. He had never been close with his father. Their interactions had always been awkward at best. He deep down knew that part of him hated him because he was an emperor, because of the lies he was told to uphold, lies he had to conquer the galaxy to enforce. It was now, with all the cards on the table, that he had begun to understand. Can you not see the fear when someone's telling lies? Can you not see that each poor soul has a heavy cross to bear? It was a war started and perpetuated by lies.
True.
The lies about the warp.
That's
about
facts.
why the Emperor had left the crusade in Horus's hands. Perhaps even the nature of what he and the Primarchs truly were. But beneath it all, it disturbed him, because he had begun to understand. Perhaps the onus is on us, to show them that we care, and lift their spirits, and take away dismay. There was a burden involved. His father lied about the warp, to deny it power. He lied about leaving the Great Crusade to work on the Webway project. A path
Did he
to
lie about
sever
that?
humanity's reliance on the warp. He had lied to his sons as to not burden them. He carried it, and now Jaghatai would have to carry a great burden too. The War Master, after 9 years of brutal conflict, had arrived in the Sol system.
Damn.
And the Siege of Terror had begun.
Custodies have an armory thrall they toss empty weapons to reload. That makes sense. Gotta have somebody there to just, like, you know, reload all your weapons on the fly. Definitely very useful. Cake finished? Oh, damn, you make some cake? Holy shit. I wish I had some cake right now, man. Fuck. In love with this part, the contradiction collapses into understanding.
The gods demand entertainment. The demand trial.
As Anakin would say, liar.
We could not be allowed to defeat our own demons, for that would be boring. And boredom is the only thing Eternals fear. We are being lined up, one by one, to tear at each other's throats. I do not think they wish to see a victor, I think they wish us to fight forever, locked in madness until the universe's end. 9 years of war had led to this moment. The War Master's fleet entered the Sol system. The birthplace of humanity would be the stage for the fight for its very existence. The gambit of Lehman Russ, the assassination of Horus, had failed. Only Rogel Dawn, Jaghatai, Sanguinius, the Emperor, and the billions of ordinary, superhuman and mortal people stood in the traitor's path to victory.
Wow.
Engaging in a layered defense, the loyalists made sure that every inch taken cost the traitors lives and resources. But in turn, this was brought with immense sacrifice. Jubal Noyan Khan, Lord of Summer Lightning, fell in the orbital fleet warfare, slain by the accursed Abaddon. Right hand of Horus.
Wow.
Over weeks, the traitor forces smashed.
So Abaddon himself got his licks in there. Holy shit. Pretty fucking... Wow. That's rough, man. He didn't lie per se about the Webway project. He just didn't tell absolutely anyone about it. I see. Few sad moments. It's time for actual big sad with when a certain White Scar dies. Yeah. Wow.
In the orbital
Is this the guy?
Warfare, slain by the accursed
died
Abaddon,
in fleet warfare.
right
That's a bad way
hand
for a
of
White Scar to go out, man.
Over weeks, the traitor forces smashed through, darkening the skies of terror. The now corrupted and traitorous Primarch stood over the world that had created them, and they prepared to burn it, to take their so-called father's head. Jaghatai, son of Chogoris, the man who hated wars, the man who had destroyed them from Chogoris to the stars, found himself defending them, defending the lie of safety. Millions of people trapped inside the palace have spent the last 9 years fortifying their home. The Imperial Palace had become a maze of bastions, trenchworks, and reinforced banks. Dawn had ensured that it was damn near impregnable. But what good were walls when hell itself had come knocking?
That's
the
true.
War Master's forces began their
Literally
assault
hell itself
upon
has
the
come
walls.
knocking.
Within Dawn's layered defense structure, he had
They throw
forbid
anger on at the
Jaghatai from
planet.
venturing outside. But Jaghatai refused. How could they just sacrifice the millions of ordinary humans, the men and women who had just taken up a rifle in the defense of their home? To sacrifice them just for time? It was the right strategic move, but devoid of human emotion. Jaghatai asked Sanguinius if his prescience saw that his intervention would save lives. The angel replied, many. And then Jaghatai told them that that was what he was made for. Jaghatai had changed. He was a strategist to equal even Dawn, but the cost of this move was more than just those people's lives. It was their souls.
Wow.
We fought the Great Crusade to free humanity.
That's an interesting
not to sacrifice
point to look
it.
at.
He was not like the young Khan, who destroyed an entire village when his father's death called for vengeance. He was more than just a conqueror. Isugai had seen it. He was a protector. Jaghatai prepared to ride out. His life and his son's lives were in dedication to humanity. They were meant to die in their place.
Wow.
Perhaps Horus was exploiting this, but the cost of abandoning people that could be saved would be worse. Worse than death. Worse than if the traitors were victorious. It was the way we made you. The Emperor had made him a conqueror. Chogoris had made him a Kagan. But he had made himself more a defender of humanity.
That's interesting. He obviously doesn't want to go down without a fight, and he doesn't like the sacrifice of just regular people. So he's a lot like the salamanders in that way. He doesn't want just mass suffering to occur for no reason, especially if he thinks that he can do something about it. You know what I'm saying? That's what it feels like here. The traitors were afraid of fighting Sanguinius and thought Angron would do so, but Angron failed. Fuck. This part is so good, he goes from deposing emperors and tearing down walls to defending ones behind walls. Pretty much, yeah, that's literally what's happening. I know it's sad, but we're kind of fucked here, Dorn. Yeah. We're approaching dangerous levels of based. Yikes, Jaghatai is still based for doing this strike. Well, let's see how it goes out.
The White Scars, the sons of Chogoris, assembled on their jet bikes. The mortal defenders, sitting afraid, crushed by the weight of their imminent death, as monsters approached, heard the rumbling behind them. They looked to the sky and saw them, the superhuman warriors, clad in gleaming white, rushing forward. Like a crashing wave, Jaghatai and his sons tore into the Death Guard, finding their enemies' forms reflecting the rotten hearts within.
Wow.
Bloated, rotten, sickly, the Death Guard had become transformed, tainted by the warp, the road of fools. It was in the swarm of bolter fire and cleaved limbs, exploding armor, and sheer hate that Jaghatai was knocked from his mount, finding himself surrounded. The Death Guard threw themselves at him, hoping their hulking, bloated forms would drown him. A warp-tainted blade found its way through his armor. He felt the immediate onrush of the disgusting warp power flood his veins.
Yikes.
Even making a Primarch sick. He began to slow, unable to heal, drowning in a tide of diseased flesh. It was due to the sacrifice of one of his own sons, throwing himself off of his mount, buying space, as he shriveled up with a disease that Jaghatai found freedom, releasing the tainted blade and cleaving the diseased marines around him. It was only with the intervention of Sanguinius, his brother, that Jaghatai was able to retreat.
Wow.
Many White Scars were gone.
So Sanguinius really came in clutch and saved his ass there. Wow.
Thousands of ordinary people have been saved due to their sacrifice. The unpredictability of the Khan was something the traitors, even Primarchs, couldn't plan for. The weeks began to phase together. The skies of terror became dark. Perpetual night reigned as the atmosphere became clogged with spent munition shells and the smell of blood and death. Jaghatai even managed to hold the Colossi Gate alongside Constantine Valdor and the Blood Angels Captain Raldoron, but the near sleepless, soul-crushing, constant battle was wearing them all down. Even to Shiban Khan, Jaghatai looked emaciated.
Fuck. So clearly we saw, like, he's definitely not immortal to these guys. I mean, even just the sheer numbers, like, they swarmed him and they got one lucky strike on him. And if he didn't have one of his Space Marines present there to save his ass, he really would have been done for right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, he would have been gone. Very, I don't know, bold strike, but was it ultimately worth it? You know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't really seem like it achieved too much here in the grand scheme of things. Imagine what this would look like in a fully funded TV show. Dude, it would look fantastic, I imagine. I don't know why they haven't done it, to be real with you. Sanguinius was called the Angel of Death a few times due to his martial powers. Yeah, and I mean, he's also got fucking, like, actual literal wings too, right? So, hard not to call him the Angel of Death. Sanguinius fought in every front of the siege. Honestly, between him and Dorn, I can't decide who the MVP of Terra was. True.
That was even possible for a Primarch. They were losing. Millions dead, terror burning, ground being lost. Their hope was fading. Something had to be done, and so Jaghatai prepared for a final gambit. They made a ragged pair. The battle-ravaged warlord, his exhausted emissary.
How do you feel?
He asked.
Old,
she said.
I feel very old. How do you feel?
The wisp of a smile flickered over his proud face. No one else would have ever dared to ask him that question. None of the tens of thousands of warriors under his command. None of the hundreds of thousands of auxiliary troops who marched under his banner would ever have presumed.
I feel settled,
he said, thoughtfully.
The pieces are arranged. The calculations have been made. Very soon we shall reach the point where nothing else can be done, save for the action itself.
She found that he didn't really believe that. He had said something similar on the eve of other battles, and she had believed it then. But this was different. The stakes were higher. The likelihood of destruction was overwhelming. This was not a voluntary decision.
That's true.
In any meaningful sense. She had studied the same reports that he had, sat in the same council gatherings. This was desperation, a final spit in the eye of fate.
Wow.
And if any were to benefit from what they did, then it would not be them.
But not quite, of course.
He added wryly.
There is always doubt, even more so now. He clouds everything.
Big sad coming?
When
Oh,
you
great.
know the origin of the sickness, it is hard to remind yourself that it is artificial, some of it, and can be fought, and must be fought.
It's worse in the sanctum,
Ilya said.
I can imagine.
But that's not all, is it?
She took a swig of water.
I mean, it's not why you came here.
The Khan moved away from her, headed to a shelf where she kept the few old things that had been preserved. The seals, marking her entry into the Departamento Minatorum, the cheap plasteel memento of the triumph she had taken from Ulanor, a priceless dagger that Quinn Shah had given her, never drawn from its sheath.
Never do the easy thing,
he said, looking at the trinkets without really seeing them.
We suffered for that, and now, in a way, this is the easiest thing of all. To stop holding back, cut loose, just like we've been promising we'd do ever since Prospero.
He placed his hands gently on the shelf.
Damn.
Yesugai saw it. He dreamed of it, he told me. That I'd end my journey fighting a creature of the dark, on a world of embers. And I tried to dismiss it. But it kept coming back to me. That's the problem with the dreams of storm seers. You wonder if you work to make them true. So, despite everything that makes this seem inevitable and right, it might just be me, deep down, tired of compromises, eager to get it settled. The easy thing.
That's a very realistic perspective. Like, he's trying to view it from, like, not only his point of view, but everyone else's, in a sense, right? And it's like, also, there's no easy choice here, you know what I'm saying? He was told a prophecy, and their home world, the Empire capital, is literally burning around them. And the situation is just so bleak in general. He's already sustained quite a few wounds that would otherwise have put other people down, you know? So, goddamn.
She watched him as he spoke.
Sanguinius led men, Dorn built the wall.
Just as always.
True.
In his armor, he was still imposing, but she had the sense that there was more hollowness under those plates than there had once been. The warriors of the Legion were all the same. They had been made to keep going, no matter how starved and how damaged they became. A baseline human would give up on a task after a while, but the Emperor's own would just keep fighting until the exceptional machinery of their bodies finally fell apart. Death meant nothing to them. Dishonor meant almost everything. And so it was possible that they could talk of an impossible trial, one which promised nothing but pain on the greatest conceivable scale, as the easy thing.
Why did he tell you of it?
She asked.
I don't know. Because it troubled him, I think.
Damn.
Or because he believed that he had to give you the means to make a choice?
Maybe.
Ilya drank a little more. She was starting to feel more like herself. You could forget what a privilege this was. to be spoken to with such frankness. Over the years, the Khan had done so only occasionally. He sounded now much as he had sounded just before the Catalyst Rift, musing on the past, fretful of the future. So to talk to him felt like a greater service than rounding up tanks.
You know, I never had a family of my own,
she told him.
I never really knew if I wanted one or not. By the time I thought about it seriously, the opportunity had gone. I don't regret it. I did what I needed to do. And just when I thought I'd got to the end of all that, I came to Ullanor and found myself tangled up with you.
Wow.
So I got that family in the end, and you made me furious and anxious and exhausted. All of the things I thought I might have missed.
She smiled sadly to herself.
But the last lesson was the hardest one, because then you all began to die. I was the weakest, but somehow I'm still here.
Yeah.
Now I begin to wonder if I might still be here when you're all gone. I'd mourn you if I lasted that long, like I mourned Jaghatai and Zar and Halji.
She looked up at him.
But I'd be proud, too. Throne I'd be proud. Not because you're the bravest or the best, but because you do this. You ask the question. I taught you how to keep your ammo dumps from running out, but I didn't teach you that. You always did it.
Yeah.
She edged upward in the...
It's like the mutual respect that they have between each other here. That's the thing, right? Like, Khan inspires respect from the people that serve with him or serve under him. Like, he talks to them just as he talks to, like, anyone else, you know what I'm saying? And he speaks with honesty and he speaks with frankness here. This is a pretty, you know, and obviously her never, like she says, she's never had a family, but she does feel like a connection and a family element to being in this legion, you know, keeping them together and grieving them when they do pass. And obviously being one of the weaker members, you're never in frontline combat, meaning that you might sadly be there when all the rest are gone. It's a very, very that's a very sad line, you know what I'm saying? This whole conversation's extremely sad.
But I didn't teach you that. You always did it.
She edged upward in the chair, painfully, feeling her body betray her.
And it is time now, my Khan. This is why we came back.
He came over to her. In order to reach her level, he had to kneel. He extended his great hand, and she put hers out, and each one clasped the other.
I will make you as safe as I can here,
he said.
If they come for the place while you're gone, I'll give them hell.
Wow. The Warhawk.
The end was soon. They could all feel it. The very presence of the demon Primarch Mortarion and his death guard was stripping the hope from their very souls. Despair reigned, from the innocent civilians to the exhausted conscripts, even to the Hastatis and Primarchs. This artificial despair would destroy them before Horus had even set foot inside the palace. The 5th Legion assembled. All that was left of them. Only one mortal. Ilya had earned the honor to stand beside them. The Death Guard and Jaghatai's foolish, corrupted brother Mortarion had to be defeated, lest this hanging warp despair take them all. They would retake the Lion's Gate spaceport, deny the landing platform to the traitors, and also provide a staging ground for Guilliman and the Lion's legions for when they arrived. The deception had been planted. Dozens of White Scars had allowed themselves to be captured, tortured, and slain in order to ensure the enemy was unprepared, misdirected. A sacrifice that none of them would ever forget.
Damn.
Jaghatai, the man who had once fought with freedom in his heart, the man who hated lies, the man who conquered the stars for humanity, knew that he had to face Mortarion. the pox-riddled, elevated demon Primarch, and that, in most likelihood, he would not survive. Thousands assembled, the white scars, thousands of mortals.
You gotta appreciate their dedication, though, literally getting people captured, like allowing themselves to be captured just to, you know, just to get that advantage on them. That's kind of nuts, eh? Like, holy shit, their dedication to this plan is really all out, but desperate times, desperate measures. They really don't have a lot of other options at this point. Obviously, a spaceport on the ground, they're just able to offload endless amounts of troops onto the planet there, which is going to make it fucking impossible, you know? So, wow.
Thousands assembled, the white scars, thousands of mortals, and the last tank regiment on Terra, and they set out to battle. Utilizing an enormous mobile ship platform as cover, the Loyalists, like a procession, walked towards death, gunning for the Death Guard and the traitors. Fire and ash roaring around them as they trudged through the violated miles of Terran Earth. The mortal people were afraid.
Damn.
Of course they were. Reports came in of things claimed to be Xenos, but the utter, gut-wrenching sickness that sung through their bodies when they caught glimpses left doubt. Before war calls, when men and women roar with pride in their heart, how quickly that bravery melts when fire, smoke, ash, and the literal dread of death is before you. You lie to yourself and say that you are brave. Miles upon miles, the Loyalist contingent trudged until finally they met them. The bloated, disgusting caricatures of Astartes, the Death Guard, with their sickly washed armor. All of them tightened their rebreather equipment, lest they take in the disgust around them.
Wow.
Jaghatai and the Fifth roared into the Lion's Gate.
Su'ila is my favorite side character. Yeah, she seems pretty based, I'm not gonna lie. She definitely seems like one of the more level-headed side characters, and if you're gonna have anybody support your Legion, definitely seems like somebody that you would want around for sure. Man who hates lies and deception and the sacrifice of others uses the sacrifice of others to sell a lie to deceive. Pretty much, yeah. That's kind of fucking ironic, eh? Like, he is just straight up, like, using everything that he hates to win victory here, but also given the circumstances, given the enemy that he's fighting, you can't really blame him here.
Spaceport.
It's an insane enemy.
Gut-wrenching, bloody combat for every inch of land.
Rose coming in big sad afterwards.
The enormous, pus-riddled, rusted, moldy thing that was his brother. There was so much hate between them. The duel was brutal. Clashes that shattered bones rang out. Blood and sparks flew in display too fast, too apocalyptic to register with human eyes. Mortarion began to taunt his brother, decrying his weakness, telling him that he had shown him the truth of the gods of chaos, the truth that had now made him immortal, and he had run.
But at what cost, goddamn.
The corrupted Death Lord was now leagues above Jaghatai in strength, so much that even his Primarch body couldn't endure the onslaught.
Wow.
Jaghatai became a bloody mess. Wounds poured from all over his smashed form. His cold rage was not enough. At the edge of death, Jaghatai stumbled. Mortarion again taunted him. He had expected him to dance, to show his pathetic sword-wielding abilities. But he hadn't. He had just taken it. He had taken the blows. With blood choking in his mouth, a cracked visage looked back and smiled. I absorbed the pain. The terminus est. You gave up. I did not. My endurance is superior. The Death Lord froze. The cocky, cracked visage the pus-ridden, corrupted face
That's kind of
of
fucked to say.
Mortarion
Holy shit.
contorted, turning into the epitome of rage as Jaghatai
That was quite the
laughed,
roast.
the wheezing howl of a dead man. The words cut deeper than any blade ever could. Lifting his broken form from the floor, Jaghatai seized the opportunity, unleashing everything he had left, finally dancing as he tore ribbons of flesh from his corrupted brother. Faster, faster, Jaghatai moved, his heart fueled only by the spirit of Chogoris, the cold rage for all he and his sons had suffered, and for humanity. Finally, the moment came when Mortarion plunged his scythe deep into the Khan's chest, bursting through his back in a shower of blood.
Damn.
Jaghatai locked himself onto it, dragging his body down the length of the scythe with his bare hands, until he was finally face to face with his twisted brother. And with the last of his strength, he tore his brother's head from his shoulders.
Holy shit.
Banishing the demon back into the war.
Jesus Christ. So he fucking, like, he got impaled by that scythe and then pulled himself into it so he could get in gripping fucking range of his head and then ripped his fucking head clean off his body. Jesus Christ, man. That's a way to go out. So I wonder if he, like, let himself almost get beat up in a sense so that his brother would lower his guard, right? Like, get cocky with it, allow him in. And then obviously he hit him with that burn, which enraged him further, you know what I'm saying? It amped him up, so I'm sure he wasn't thinking properly. Malkador makes him better? That's good. That's good.
I sometimes imagined how I would feel if we ever came up against a foe we could not defeat, where nothing remained but to fall back.
Welcome to Warhammer, homie. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Further with every encounter, watching the lifeblood slowly drain out of those around us as the noose tightened. I hoped and believed that I would do so as they did, and keep fighting. The Kagan, the Warhawk of Chogoris, lied broken on the world where he was created, under black skies, as humanity fought for its very existence. Ilya, general and confidant of the Primarch, came raging in on a land speeder. The closer she came, she heard the shouting over the explosions and bolter fire. Damag, Damag. The word roared from the throats of the white scars, and in an instant she knew what it meant as the horror washed over her. Damag, Damag. The sons of Chogoris cried, death. It was the war cry of a warrior's death, as Mortarion's rotten soul had been banished back to the warp. Both the Death Guard and the White Scars felt something overtake them. A soul-crushing hollowness washed over the White Scars. They dropped their weapons. They felt sick. Their Kagan, their father, was gone.
Wow.
Just as quickly as the grief had come, the rage followed. Damag, they cried into the air as their souls sung for their fallen Kagan. And like a tide of hate, they washed over the confused Death Guard. Ilya found her way through, finally laying eyes upon the sight that broke her. Was it even a corpse? This mountain of battered flesh that had once been the Warhawk of Chogoris.
Wow.
Jaghatai, the defender of humanity, gave his life. The underestimated, the forgotten, the misunderstood had made the sacrifice. The oath had been made, and now it was fulfilled. Touching her hand to the only part of her friend that was not gore and blood, Ilya wept. But as the despair almost took her, she felt something. She asked those around her to check for a pulse, but there was nothing. But she knew in her heart that she had felt something. Malkador. She had to get him to Malkador. Perhaps there was a chance. Dragging the corpse of their lord up, they made a desperate gambit back to the palace as the remaining White Scars held the spaceport. No more would they attack and retreat. This was where he had fallen, their father. This was sacred ground, and
so
they
aren't
would
gonna
die
retreat from
in
that.
his defense.
Yeah.
Reaching Malkador's side, Jaghatai was taken, placed within a mysterious device. There his body lay, as the battle for the fate of humanity roared on above. Jaghatai lived. He had given his life to the Imperium, for the father whom he had never loved, against a brother that he did. He had defended an empire that never wanted him, against an army that would have taken him in a heartbeat.
Wow.
When he awoke, the universe had changed forever. The Loyalists had won. Horus had been slain. The traitors scattered, but Sanguinius was dead. The Emperor was crippled, interned upon the Golden Throne. The dream, the great vision had been murdered. Jaghatai's treacherous brothers had seen to that.
Wow.
Magnus, Horus, and Sanguinius.
And I wonder, like, because he's been against the Emperor. He doesn't see the Emperor as anyone special, but it's funny to see how now he's going to wake up and the Emperor, he's going to miss him. He's going to miss the progress that there was, all this ceaseless death, and now they have literally nothing to show for it at the end, which was ultimately what he was fighting for, I believe. Yeah, was so that there was a cause, there was like a light at the end of the rainbow kind of thing, and now there just simply isn't one, you know? I think that's interesting. He did let Mortarion attack him until Morty was tired from attacking Jaghatai, at which point he proved his endurance was superior and he could finally fight on a more even footing. Yeah, that's kind of what I took from that battle too. Yeah, like let him attack him. Malkador will kiss the boo-boo and make it better. It feels like it, yeah. The end and the death trilogy was alright, but I really enjoyed the chapters from Malkador's point of view more than anything. Seems like Malkador is a very interesting character. I'm sure you get a lot of interesting perspectives from him, that's for sure.
Brothers had seen to that. Magnus, Horus, and Sanguinius, the only brothers he had ever loved, were gone or corrupted. Usugai, Gyuhun, Hasek, Quin Shah, Jubal, and as the decades passed, even Ilya. He had outlived them all.
Wow.
The man who had just wanted to embrace the freedom of conquest under the azure skies of Chogoris had sacrificed so much. The man who'd hated the lies had suffered the most because of them. He had found fraternity, obligation, but for those who had felt that obligation too were gone. Only grief left in its wake. The man who had feared decrepitude and the lie of safety that walls provided had given his life to defend them. Never do the easy thing. You are their protector. Perhaps in all this suffering, he had finally found the one thing he had never set out to accomplish. Understanding his father, the Emperor, a man whom Malkador long ago had told him he had sacrificed more than anyone, because that is what is required to walk the path as a defender of humanity.
Wow.
A new era had begun. The Imperium had survived, and with the Reformation under the direction of Rabute Gilliman, the legions were divided, broken into 1,000-man chapters, so that no individual could ever wield such power again. Something Jaghatai accepted in his head, but found tumultuous in his heart.
Yeah,
to
I
divide
imagine.
the people of Chogoris. He was a unifier. That was his reason for conquest.
Yeah.
But at the risk of another civil
now he has
war,
to split everything
the surviving
apart.
legions and Primarchs agreed. For 70 years, Jaghatai led the White Scars, following the heresy, pushing the traitors all the way to the Eye of Terror.
Damn.
That disgusting warp rift. It would be at the Battle of Corisil 5, where Jaghatai was unleashing himself upon a Drukhari force that had assailed Chogoris
Drukhari
during
force,
the heresy,
wow.
that he was lost, disappearing within a webway portal, surrounded by his elite Keshik. For 10,000 years, the songs and battle cries of the sons of Chogoris have lauded their great Kagan. awaiting for the day the quiet barbarian, the conqueror, the oath keeper, the son of Chogoris, the warhawk of terror, the defender of humanity, returns.
Warriors of Chogoris.
Not to pause there right before that. I don't know if I... Lost in the Webway. See, I don't know if I like that conclusion, you know? I don't know if I like that. Because it's just like, it seems like such a cop-out way to go out, you know? Like, because they're leaving it very open for when he can come back, if he can come back at all. And he might even be dead, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they would, after all this time, just say that, like, he's dead and he's gone and he's not coming back. But goddamn, like, why, you know, I don't know if I'm content with the Webway answer. I think that's kind of weak, you know, in terms of an answer. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's a hot take. They brought back 2 Primarchs so far? Yeah, I've heard of that, yeah.
Brothers of the great tribe, the Star Hunt calls you. Do you not hear it? The battle's red edge is your home. The respect of your kinsmen, your herd. Plunge into the enemy's breast like a blade, cut out his heart, and you will know fulfillment. The Emperor has given us strength. In return, we give him victory.
Wow. That's awesome, guys. I think that's just thank you for watching. I don't think there's any more credits after that. Wow. So that was Jaghatai Khan lore by the Amber King, guys. Wow. That was a fantastic video. Thank you to everyone who showed up to this stream again. Big thank you to all of you. What did I think of that? Wow. I thought, what a fantastic video. The Amber King's narration style, I'm kind of in love with it. I really like his voice. He has such a fantastic voice. Again, his narration keeps you engaged for the entire thing, really. Like, I was not bored during any of that. I could listen to this guy talk forever, to be honest with you. Like, he can tell the story in such an engaging way, and his voices are believable, you know what I'm saying? I really enjoyed this one, I'm not gonna lie. We definitely have to check out some more Amber King next time, for sure. Wow. The Khan is likely the next one to come back. That's fair. The Webway literally spans the whole Milky Way and is somewhat sentient, if I recall correctly. That's kind of wild. Holy shit. Likely the next Primarch to return. Great video, great stream. Thanks, Scoop. I appreciate that. He'll probably fight Fulgrim when he returns. That would be something to see. They did have a bit of a dick measuring contest there before, so it makes sense that he fights Fulgrim. And I'm sure Fulgrim at this point is probably a little bit more powerful too, can probably take it a bit more. Core asks, once Lorgar returns, if I were to guess. Love Rogel Adorn to come back, but I feel like that'd break the balance of the Imperium too much. Yeah, that's fair too. I feel like it's definitely a balancing act between, like, how do we balance the Imperium, how do we make it fair, and, like, how do we keep the challenge up, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, if they have all the Primarchs still, then they could see it being very swayed for the Imperium, and obviously that's not as entertaining, for sure. You want some challenge there, you know what I'm saying? Not my favorite Primarch, a bit too normal, not the worst. Yeah, that's fair. Also, I saw one of you guys comment, what's my favorite Primarch so far? I don't know, man. Again, in terms of, like, the traitor Primarchs, man, I'd have to say Lorgar, just because he's a bit of a rat, but he's a rat that makes sense, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's a hot take again, but he's a rat that makes sense. In terms of the loyalists, man, hard to say. Really hard to say. Like, I do fuck with Jaghatai, I'm not gonna lie. I do fuck with him just because he's a logical thinker, you know what I'm saying? He's a logical thinker, but he's not cocky. He's not, like, too over-engaged in himself, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to say. Now that you have heard Angron and Khan's story in detail, what do you think of them, and what do you think of the Primarch stories? I think the Primarch stories, there's obviously a fair amount of tragedy in them. Some Primarchs definitely have it worse than others, that's for sure, is what I'm realizing. I kind of assumed that to begin with anyways, but yeah, man, Jaghatai, again, he was put on a world where he was kind of not given leadership, but he definitely earned it, and it was respected. Angron, for example, you know, he never got the opportunity. He was a slave from the moment he was thrown on that planet, you know what I'm saying? So obviously very, very big differences, stark contracts for sure, for sure. It's hard to say, you know. Dorn and Gilliman are too good at infrastructure and empire stuff, might make the Imperium too strong. That's fair, that's fair. Saying he is my fave, but no way should he ever come back. I feel like it'd be very overpowered if Sanguinius came back, that's for sure. Lorgar is honestly dope. Word bearers look so cool and you can't deny the faith they wield. True, and I just like, again, I find Lorgar's backstory, the reason why he went traitor, to be the most justifiable out of what I've heard so far. Because again, like, if the Emperor truly knew from the beginning that that's what he was doing, he was spreading religion in the Emperor's name, if he knew that from the beginning, didn't correct him, and then 100 years later got pissed off because he was doing exactly that, bro, that's such like a cop-out thing. Like, the Emperor fucking totally honeypotted him. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, that's exactly what happened. Angron kind of got cucked. Angron did get cucked. He did get cucked. That's not to take away from the fact that that did happen, yes. But again, I think that comes down to the ultimate failure for sure is on the Emperor for having such bad judgment. Obviously, the Crusade, he wanted to have it done by a set amount of time to deal with the ruinous powers in that sense. But man, after not being able to give proper tutelage to your sons, to these Primarchs, they could have been raised in any manner of ways, which we saw, and that manner of ways varied so differently that some of them should never have been placed in charge of their own legions. Like Angron from the start was a loose cannon. He never should have got his own legion. Sorry to say it, but unstable probably shouldn't have happened. Was a bad idea from the start, you know what I'm saying? The Emperor is a bad dad. He's a bad dad, but he also lacks some pretty essential common sense, I would say, too, to be completely honest. He was converting worlds too slow, I guess. Well, it wasn't even the fact that he was converting worlds too slow, it's that he was converting them and giving them religion. That's why the conversions took so long. It's because he was converting a faith into the Emperor's name, which obviously the Emperor was against, but the Emperor knew he was doing that from the start and never fucking corrected him. It's crazy, man. Too slow to pull that bullshit? Yeah. You haven't gotten super deep into Lorgar's lore. He was warned previously. Okay, maybe he was. Maybe I'm speaking too prematurely on that. That's fair. Old Man was my favorite series of videos going after Lorgar. He hated his legion and they hated him. I don't think Angron's legion hated him. I think Angron's legion actually strived for his, like, approval. And it's just the fact that they never fucking got it, which is why so many of them, like, stayed loyalist when, like, he went traitor, you know? I think that's true, isn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. God damn. Guilliman made worlds stable economy that could... Guilliman made worlds with stable economy that could stand time, but Lorgar left worlds that stayed loyal no matter what, even if they suffered a crisis due to faith. Emperor could have used them. Exactly, and even after, we see this after the Horus Heresy, there's a religion based around the Empire. The Ecclesiarchy exists. They're using Lorgar's original fucking religion, his basic ideas that he started with and got punished for in the first place. They're basically using his shit. You know what I'm saying? They're bit biting off of him, like, straight up. So I can totally see why. Like, he has a very justifiable reason for being pissed, you know what I'm saying? They hated him because he never loved them. An entire legion with daddy issues. That's fair. But, like, it took years of that, like centuries of them trying to gain his approval and him just never giving it before that happened. So I feel like you can't blame his legion for it. Like, he was just a bad role model, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, just a really bad role model to have to base yourself off of, you know? Lorgar literally threw a feast for the Emperor, praising him as a god when he found out about him. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about right there. So it was no secret that Lorgar saw the Emperor as a god, promoted him as such at this feast. And then he just turned around and fucked him on it. Like, it's so backwards, you know? The World Eaters hated Angron. They had 2 civil wars. That's fair. I guess they did have civil wars. They had quite a few civil wars within themselves. That is true. I forgot about that. Fun fact, Lorgar is said to look the most like the Emperor. That's kind of wild. Lorgar was not settled with religion. Exactly. Like, he was not quiet about it. He absolutely, like, shouted it from every rooftop he could get his, like, hands on. You know what I'm saying? Like, he did not keep quiet about it. Like, it was no secret. One for the nails, and during the massive purges, yeah. The nails was a big one, I remember that, and the purge, obviously, too. You see that with... That's when, like, a lot of them stayed loyalist, I'm pretty sure. That's correct. Oh, no, not the massive purges. That decimation. They decimated themselves. That's right, yeah, I forgot about that. They straight up just decimated themselves. Yeah, true. Unless that's different. That could be something else that you're talking about, too, then. Damn. Because all I'm thinking about is, like, the Isfahan massacre, where the loyalists stayed loyalists, right? And the traitors obviously went traitor. One thing I really adore about these stories is all of the what ifs, so many details, yeah. True, so many small things, and it could have all ended up differently, you know? The only reason he hated being worshipped as a god was because he didn't want the power, only because the power wasn't very controllable. That's fair. Did the Emperor needed to actually destroy Lorgar's Jerusalem? That's what I think too. No, I don't think he did. I think that was a complete, like, overstep, you know what I'm saying? Like, blowing up this world that they babied and that was their homeworld. Of course you're gonna have spite come out of that. Like, of course you are, yeah. Absolutely. Destroyed the Imperium before it started, basically. That's what it feels like. Damn. But no, guys, again, I thought that was a fantastic video. Jaghatai Khan lore by the Amber King, guys. Yeah, if you enjoyed this video, leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, and leave your recommendations down in the comments below. I will be re-uploading this video as a full VOD on my channel, as I've been doing, just to get it out there, get some more impressions on it, get some more viewers for the channel. Always like seeing that. So, and that just doesn't happen on, like, the stream VODs, unfortunately. It only really gets promoted while we're streaming, and then after it's done, it really doesn't get a whole lot of promotion after that. So I will be re-uploading the video, so definitely let me know your recommendations in the comments of that video, or this one, either or, it doesn't really matter, you know. Big shout out to our members, our Hastati and our Triarii out there, Paralyzed, Tortoise. Big shout out to you guys. You guys inspire me to make content for you guys every single day. I appreciate it so much. Like, I honestly, again, guys, I really can't thank you guys for the support I've been getting the last month and a half on this channel. You guys have blowed this channel up so much, and you know, I really can't wait to see where it goes for you guys. Mini paintings at 1,000, so if you guys want, share the video around, share the channel around. Let's get it up there, boys. Let's get it up there, boys and girls. I want to see it. I want to paint some minis finally, you know what I'm saying? I've never done it before. It's probably going to be ass. It will probably be ass, but we're here for it, you know what I'm saying? We're here for it. I want to do it, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, guys. For sure, yeah, you guys have a great night. If you guys enjoyed the video, again, leave a like, subscribe for more content, leave your recommendations in the comment below. Loved the chat, loved interacting with you guys here. It was a great stream. We definitely have to do this again next week. I want to try to make these bigger streams a weekly thing, and I'm going to try to stream throughout the week, at least a few times, 1 or 2 times throughout the week at least. Try to do some games maybe, or something like that, something smaller. But I do always want to try to have one of these bigger streams at least once a week from now on, because, man, I love them. I love interacting with you guys, and I think it's great, you know? So, yeah, guys. This has been Centurion, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys. You guys have a good rest of your night, eh? Till next time. See you guys.